Thank you. Welcome to the August 11th meeting of the Placer County Planning Commission. And we'll have the flag salute to start off with. Please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Kathy, roll call.
Here.
Mr. Moss? Here.
Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Here.
Here. Okay, next item is the report from the planning director, E.J. Evaldi.
Good morning. E.J. Evaldi with the Planning Services Division. You know, if we were on an airplane right now, I would say this is a full flight. So public participation at its best, so I like that. Given that, just for those in attendance, I want everybody to know, I know behind me there's some standing room only. We are setting up a speaker out in the front lobby. So for those of you who want to get a little more space, I know most people are here for the 10:30 item on SQUA, so feel free to go out to the lobby. There will be a speaker out there so you can listen to everything. And then when it's time for public comment, obviously come in here. There's also going to be a sign-in sheet for those items. We'll talk more about that after 10:30 when we get to that item. So with that, just other business real quick, upcoming Planning Commission meetings. We have a meeting in Auburn on August 25th. We have the Auburn Creekside project in Auburn, a commercial project, then also the park at Granite Bay project down in Granite Bay, and several consent items. That'll be August 25th. After that, I believe September 9th, we have a potential Tahoe meeting. We have a couple projects coming up with some draft EIRs that we may have a draft EIR hearing. Haven't sorted those out yet, but when we get closer, we'll give you more firm details. So that's all I have. The only thing I would say for those in attendance today, the respect you're paying me right now, being as quiet as you are, I would like to see the same thing for all the speakers today, the commission. It'll make for a much more fluid meeting. So thank you. Any questions? Yes.
The lunch break.
Yeah, on the agenda, there is we anticipated that this meeting will probably go a good part of the day. So we did build in a recess for the commissioners about midway through. My guess is it will probably happen somewhere after the staff's presentation on the 10:30 Squaw Valley item. So for those here, you can plan accordingly, and that will probably be between 30 and 45 minutes. So
For a lunch break.
yes.
Okay, thank you, E.J.
You bet.
Any questions, V.J.? Okay,
All
not
right.
seeing any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is, there we go. Next item is a public comment item on every agenda for public to comment on items not on today's agenda. Is there anyone want to comment on something else that's not on the agenda today? We have one person coming up. For your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. My name's Maya Okay, let's try that again. My name is Maya Borhani.
Okay.
Is that better?
Okay.
And I live in Carnelian Bay. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you, or at least I think 5 of you. I was out of town for the meeting where you denied the Martis Valley West proposal. That is a live mic. My friends agree with me.
Thank you.
No, seriously, I really, 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 and thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that you did the right thing by our community. Thank you very much.
Anyone else on the public comment on items not on today's agenda? Okay, oops, sorry, I almost closed it there and I didn't see you coming up.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Aaron Rudmick. We've met before. Here with Sierra Northwest Properties, our family business. We own the Bechtold building in front of the Tahoe City Golf Course, adjacent to the proposed Tahoe City Lodge. A few more verbal comments for this. As far as consistency, that was a big theme of the last comments. We would absolutely still like to see the surrounding properties on every map, but one of the more glaring issues is that this project is a 1.4 acre project at times when it's convenient. There's SEZ restoration relative to how much space, et cetera. Or it's a 3 acre or more project when coverage density, other things are a factor. There's so much more going on. I'd like to finally decide, is this a 3 acre project or a 1.4 acre project? Because they keep touting that the SEZ restoration is above and beyond what's needed, but it's actually not even half if it's truly a 3 acre project, which is what it will require to actually get everything made for this. We are the driveway right there. The load, we spent a morning recording vehicles in and out of the golf course there. That easement is already incredibly overburdened. There are so many cars up and down through there. And that's only going to get exacerbated when you finally get all the other people taking shortcuts through the property to use the one main driveway. If it's too much now and it's not even 100% of the people supposed to be on it, I don't see how we can add 120 cars every day. The setback as well, 10 feet, giving them doubling what we can build a building in Tahoe City to 4 stories and then cutting the setback required in half just doesn't seem to make sense, even when the environmental document does state that a reduced setback would have impaired views of the lodge, the ridge lines, the lake itself, et cetera. The recreation as well, it's not consistent whether it's hotel recreation or if we're just piggybacking on the public funds there. The pool, the hot tub, everything that's a part of that, even the things outdoors will not be open to the public. I don't think it's fair to include those as recreation amenities when they're not actually going to be used as such. I've got plenty more written, and I'll get those to you guys before the deadline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else under public comment on items not on the agenda?
Good morning. I'm Heidi Hill-Drum, and I'm the Executive Director of the Tahoe Prosperity Center. Hopefully most of you are familiar with our work. The Tahoe Prosperity Center is a basin-wide organization focused on the triple bottom line, and our mission is uniting Tahoe's communities to strengthen regional prosperity. And I want to just share a few things with you today that I hope will help frame some of your issues today as well as other agendas. Our work directly impacts local businesses, residents, and visitors. We're working to expand high-speed internet, improve Tahoe's workforce, and protect our communities by adding fire prevention cameras around the region. One other major goal that we have that we believe is shared by proposals that you're viewing today as well as in other agendas and have in the past is community revitalization or redevelopment. Tahoe is a special place, and redevelopment is pro-environment, it's pro-community, and pro-economy. We hope that you consider multiple benefits that redevelopment brings to our region. Recently, a Tahoe Regional Planning Agency staff report outlined the environmental problems with status quo. And that was just one small project. What our organization does and what we do around the basin is work to accelerate positive change for our community. And accelerated redevelopment helps with that. Every project goes through extensive public comment and lengthy environmental review in the basin, and this is just how initial proposals get modified to something that better reflects what works in our community. The Tahoe City Lodge project, the Village at Squaw, and Martis Valley West have all been modified in numerous ways through community input and extensive environmental review. But they all represent change, and in our opinion, change is good. Status quo isn't. 63% of residents in our community are at or below the median average income. 50% of our residents commute in and out of the basin for work. Status quo isn't working. We need to accelerate redevelopment. Housing availability for workers was ranked the #1 issue in the over 500 business interviews that we conducted just in the past few months alone, all around the basin. Our peak visitor time frame is now July and August. It's not the winter like it used to be. So year-round recreation and year-round community thriving proposals are what we would like to see accelerated. Outdated 1950s blighted development needs to go, and we need to improve our community, not just for the visitors, but for the residents who live here. Bringing year-round benefited positions to our community is what we need to help our workforce, and adding workforce housing is what we need to help our residents. So we hope that you consider the multiple benefits that community revitalization and redevelopment projects bring. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ellie Waller, Tahoe Vista resident for the record. Thank you for coming to North Lake Tahoe again. We know you have busy schedules. I just want to bring you up to date. After our Planning Commission hearing, there was a Tahoe Regional Planning Implementation Committee meeting on the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. Environmental attorney Clem Shute of Shute, Mahali and Weinberger, along with retired attorney Bill Yates of Kenyon Yates Litigation Law Firm, which emphasizes in First Amendment law, environmental law, and land use law, expressed concerns about Placer County's approach to increased traffic, vehicle miles traveled, and level of service, and lack of out-of-box solutions, or any solutions at all that are related to current projects in the review cycle. They reiterated the poor choice to state significant and unavoidable impacts may be the only solution, and it's imperative to change that now. Yates further commented, "We have a VMT cap in the Tahoe Basin. We haven't reached it, so this project is fine. But what is the percentage of the project contributes to that cap of VMT? We are going to share in the economic recovery around here, but what about projects at the end of the line? Someone is going to pay or just be told no because we've given it all away." Shute further commented, "We are 10% from exceedance of the Tahoe Basin VMT cap. What will be the last project to kick it over? So until we meet cap, it's not significant." Shute stated this is not acceptable. Creating service districts are not legally sufficient either, as who knows how much will be collected over time versus cost of mitigations. I'm bringing this before you today because the FEIR is somewhere down the line, and I wanted you to know, as well as your comments, these should be taken in consideration when improving any future project inside as well as nearby the basin. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for your time today. My name's Carolyn Batetta, and I'm the president and CEO of Visit California, and a longtime part-time resident up here in the area and raised a family up in this area. Anyway, it's always great to be here in Lake Tahoe, and today's another stellar day. I just wanted to provide some context around this incredible, thriving tourism economy that we have here in Lake Tahoe, and frankly, all of California. As a matter of fact, it generated $123 billion in spending for the entire state. And this area also thrived under people coming and spending money in the community. It generated almost $1 billion just last year for Placer County. 11,000 people were directly employed, and it generated $30 million in direct state and local tax revenue for these areas, just that really helps invest in vital services. If you think about it, $30 million would directly be enough to hire 300 sheriffs, pave 60 miles of roads in this area, or hire directly 290 firefighters, just to put it in perspective of what the symbiotic relationship is for this community with our tourists coming, dropping and opening their wallets and leaving and providing vital services. It's a very competitive business, though, and travelers in this connected digital society can go anywhere. They're more savvy than ever, and frankly, businesses can choose to invest their dollars for development of services around tourism anywhere they want. It doesn't have to be here or California. We were fortunate that in the last 10 years, our businesses saw the opportunity and invested over $20 billion in infrastructure around tourism to continue to support the competitiveness that we are in against vis-a-vis other states and destinations around the world. Really, California communities have a couple of choices. They either plan for the future and what makes sense for them, or they wilt or even die. Communities never stay the same. And so really, it's a matter of if the community's not improving, and we've seen this time and time again, they're really losing. If you take a look at a snapshot of just even your friends on the south side of the shore over on South Lake Tahoe, in El Dorado County, spending just recently in the last 2 years grew 15% faster than it did here in Placer, and job growth was nearly 3 times higher. So really how we see communities and development is it's the 3 Ps that are critical, and that's people, product, and promotion. And you need the synergy around that to maintain the future planning and momentum as you make critical decisions. So thank you for your time and this incredible responsibility you have. I just wanted to provide some context around keeping tourism in mind as you make some of these critical decisions and that vital economic engine for this area.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in the public comment? If not, I'll close the public comment portion. And we're on to consent agenda. We have one item on the consent, and that's the to approve the July 28th action items, July 28th, 2016. Is there a motion to approve the agenda consent?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Yes. Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, our first timed item is a Swift remodel, Highlands number 4 subdivision.
Good morning. My name's Heather Beckman, and I'm an associate planner with the Planning Services Division here in Tahoe. And I'm presenting today on behalf of Alan Bruges. The project before you is a modification to the Highlands number 4 subdivision map. And it was specifically for lot number 24. And if it were approved, it would allow for the construction of a covered front entry that would encroach into the front setback. And specifically, it would have a reduced setback of 11 feet to structure, 9 feet to eaves, whereas 20 feet is otherwise required. The project is located at 3050 Polaris Road near Tahoe City. It's residentially zoned and located within the Highlands Residential Plan Area Statement. And as I mentioned, there's a mapped 20-foot front setback as measured from the front property line. The property slopes downward from the Polaris Road at about 25% slope. It's developed with a 3-story single-family dwelling, and there is an attached garage beneath the main living area and also below the street grade. There's an existing covered entry that extends all the way through the front setback into the roadway. And based on staff's research, it does not appear that there were building or planning permits that allowed for that. It is also my understanding, however, that this construction occurred during prior ownership of the property. And it's also important to note the location of the existing house and the front door. Although the house is conforming to the 20-foot front setback requirement, it's only about 3 feet away. So adding a covering to the front door, even a modest one, could necessitate some sort of encroachment into that front setback. So with that in mind, there were few alternatives for the owners to explore in terms of other locations for the covered entry. The rationale for the project is, first, the covered entry provides protected access into the house, and that would be accessed both from the street level in the right-of-way, as well as the driveway, which is below the street grade. Covered entries associated with single-family dwellings are allowed uses, and within the context of the subdivision, or the approved subdivision map, it's considered that this construction of the front entry would not deviate from the intent or design of the original subdivision approval. It's also considered to be the minimum departure to achieve the project goals. So in this case, the proposed project has a reduced footprint. So whereas today it goes to the roadway, the proposed project would have the required 20-foot separation from the Polaris roadway edge of pavement to the face of the structure. And that distance requirement is for snow removal purposes. And then finally, the project is considered to be compatible with the rest of the neighborhood. Staff did research and found that there are 5 other parcels in the vicinity that have similar structures approved within the front setback. So this next slide shows you some elevations, and sorry, it's a little hard to see. The left-hand side, you have a front view, or from the street level to looking towards the covered entry. Upper right shows the covered entry from the side of the house, and then lower right shows the covered entry from the driveway perspective. So again, that's below street grade, and the entry would go up a level, if you will, up to the front door. Here we have slides, photos of the existing structure, and you will see the existing covered entry that extends to the roadway. And again, I'd just like to reiterate that the proposed project does have a reduced footprint and would maintain the required 20-foot separation to edge of pavement. Here are some photos of adjacent properties that show similar structures within the front setback and which have been approved. So finally, staff does recommend that your commission approve this map modification. In order to do that, you would first need to determine that the project is categorically exempt, and that would be based on a Class 5 exemption. And then to approve the modification. And so again, that would allow for a covered entry with a reduced setback. It would be 11 feet to structure, 9 feet to eaves. And the approval would be based on the findings and conditions of approval within the staff report. So that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions you may have. I understand the owner is here today. I have not seen them, met them. But they do not have a formal presentation, but they are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions of staff? Go ahead.
One quick one, did DPW give their okay to this?
Yes, they did. And one of those requirements is that 20-foot separation from edge of pavement to the face of structure.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, thank you. Is the owner or the applicant's representative in the audience today that would like to come up and either say something or answer any questions that we might have? Well, I don't see anybody coming up. Oh, you're way back there. Okay, you there? No, I'll be happy to walk up. Well, no, do you have anything to say then? No. You did a very good job. Okay. The applicant is here but does not care to make an additional comments. So what's the pleasure of the board? Public comment. Anyone in the public wishes a comment? Okay, I'll close the public hearing then. Okay, board. Any motion or?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we follow staff recommendation, improve the requested setback and subdivision modifications as listed in the agenda.
I'll second that. The finding of categorical exemption.
If you want it, yeah.
That's part, has to be part of the motion, Larry.
Okay.
Okay, that the motion is there a second?
I'll still second that.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, Kathy.
Mr. Curry is absent. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes. Next item has been request of continuation. Do we have to vote on that continuation? We do, so.
Yes. Yeah, the staff would recommend that you continue that to an open date.
I make that motion.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded that we continue that to an open date. Roll call, I guess.
Mr. Curry is absent. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that concludes that item. And so we're on to our 10:30 timed item. Is it 10:30? It's almost 10:30.
Yeah, Chairman, I think we have a couple minutes, but maybe that will give time for staff to, get their
Oh, get the-
documents ready
Okay,
and
so we'll just
prepare
have
the podium.
just a brief 5-minute. Well, the staff needs some time, so to get ready for the presentation. Then we'll start right after.
I'm not ready. Are you sure you don't want to continue this? We could continue this for a while, couldn't we? Oh, great. Okay, good. Is that her there? How long do you think it's gonna go? Yeah, where are you going with it? Try it over there. I hope it's 30. Okay. I know it's one of those things where it's like you're here, you finally get here, you want the whole thing, right? I mean,
We need an extra chair. I don't know if they have any. That's all right. No, go for it.
Hey, Andy. Oh, isn't this fun?
It's like a repeat performance.
Doesn't it though? Yeah. If you came out to Maria, I would not be standing behind you. No, you won't. Don't do that. He's going to text me this time if there's anything he needs.
thanks. It'll go faster that way.
I just want to make sure that we don't have any cloud. He was quiet. Wait. Larry, we gotta get started. I mean, questions on that.
Hi, Kathleen. Good, how are you? I do.
Ponderosa.
I'll muddle through. Come on. Where's the no?
Ponderosa is just right around
Yeah, I just put my hearing aids in. Huh? Why? Well, if it gets too bad, I'll just take them out. Just smile and nod your head a lot. Go to sleep.
We want to keep you guys up.
Excuse me? Hello.
Hey. He's not.
I don't know. Is it on? Okay, can we have your attention again and we can start with the staff presentation?
I wish he would say something that I'm pleading with you to be quiet and respect other people and don't cheer. But he's a little more lenient than I am. Well, it's rude and miserable.
Okay,
No. Keith?
thank you. Can I have your attention, please? Hello? No, they can hardly hear that gavel. Okay, now it is. I'd like to just make a brief announcement here. Some of you didn't get to sign up, but we're not having a sign-up continuation now. But when we have the break, the lunch break, it'll be available there on the table for additional people that might want to sign up. And also, I'd like to, at this time, I guess is a good time to reiterate what our planning director said early on about applauding and kind of just making a ruckus of things. Else we'll never get out of here by midnight. But we all know how you guys feel, or some of you feel, so it'd be a courtesy to let the speaker speak, and we'll get on to the next speaker. That'll be after the lunch break. But Alex Fish from staff now will give the staff presentation. Alex, it's all yours.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning, members of the commission. I've never spoke to a crowd nearly this large, and if I seem a little nervous, I am. But thank you all for your attendance. We'll get underway here. So the project before the Planning Commission this morning is the Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan. The project is located within the 4,700 acre Squaw Valley General Plan area you see here on the map. It's about 9 miles south of town of Truckee, 7 miles north of Lake Tahoe. And the plan area, this is the project vicinity map. You see here, a little hard to see on this graphic, but the plan area is outlined here in red. This is a sewer corridor, Highway 89 out here, Squaw Valley Road, entering the valley, coming back to the resort base area. The entitlements and actions requested at today's hearings are certification of the Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan Final EIR, amendments to the Squaw Valley General Plan Land Use Diagram to incorporate the specific plan, also amendments to the Squaw Valley General Plan for potential avalanche hazard areas, an amendment to the Squaw Valley General Plan for emergency preparedness and evacuation plan goals and policies, adoption of the Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan policy document, including the development standards and design guidelines, and rezoning of the specific plan to include the SPL VS VSP land use designation. That's the zoning for the plan area. The Commission is also asked to make recommendations on approval of a development agreement, approval of a large lot vesting tentative map, and to approve, make recommendations again to approve the 2015 water supply assessment. This is the village area here that you see outlined in red, set over this aerial. The main village consists of approximately 85 acres located at the existing resort base area. It's bounded by Squaw Valley Road and residential development to the north, ski lifts and related ski operations to the south, lodging, single-family residences and undisturbed areas to the west, and a meadow and golf course to the east. It is located adjacent to other existing resort developments that are already... Could you point that one for us? Certainly, my apologies. Other existing resort developments, this is the Intra-West Village. We have the Red Wolf Lodge located here. This is the Squaw Valley Lodge. We also have the Olympic Village Inn over here, partly enclosed by the plan area, and Plumpjack Hotel right here. The east parcel, I should not forget, is located about 1.3 miles east of the main plan area, about a third of a mile west of State Route 89 as you come into the valley on Squaw Valley Road. It's located directly across the street from the Squaw Valley Public Service District offices and the Squaw Valley Fire Station. It is bordered on a portion of its northern boundary by Squaw Creek. We also have existing residential, single-family residential development surrounding it, and new single-family residential to the north, new single-family residential development to the east that is under construction. So this is a land use diagram from the Squaw Valley General Plan Land Use Ordinance, and it shows the village and surrounding area and all of the existing land uses as they occur today. The plan area is predominantly comprised of village commercial. There's about 53 acres of village commercial within the plan area, the main plan area. We also have a portion of heavy commercial land use that is about 2.7 acres, includes existing mountain maintenance operations. There is some high-density residential zoning in 25 bedroom per acre density and also in 10 bedroom per acre density. And there's also areas that are designated conservation preserve and forest recreation. The holding capacity of the plan area under the existing general plan land use designations is about 3,085 bedrooms plus commercial development. And that is, of course, that's a theoretical holding capacity that has to be borne out by that all of the necessary infrastructure and services could be provided to serve that. These are the proposed land use designations for the project. They're largely functional equivalents of the land uses that they would replace. And so we have here village commercial core consisting of about 12.8 acres of the plan area. The village commercial neighborhood in the northwestern portion of the plan area comprises about 18.5 acres. 2.85 acres of heavy commercial would be relocated from this area down in the south part of the plan area over to the west portion of the plan area. Roads comprise about 8.3 acres, 10.6 acres of village parking. Those lots would be dedicated specifically to development of day skier parking. And then the plan area would have approximately 15.5 acres of village forest recreation and another 16 acres of village conservation preserve, and that's in the main plan area. And I apologize, I'm just noting that this graphic is actually old on the east parcel, but the east parcel would be rezoned to include about 4 acres of entrance commercial and about 4.1 acres of village conservation preserve. The holding capacity under the proposed specific plan is 1,493 bedrooms, about 850 units, plus commercial development totaling about 293,000 square feet, 91,000 of that is replacement. So what is a specific plan? It's a policy document and it details the goals and policies to guide development of this, in this particular case, this master planned ski resort village. It would systematically implement the Squaw Valley General Plan and the Placer County General Plan, of which its policy structure has been designed to be consistent with. Within the specific plan document, you have establishment of land uses, plan area infrastructure, development standards and design guidelines, implementation measures, and then a number of goals and policies to guide the development of this comprehensive master planned area. The main village consists of, as I said, it's about 85 acres. This is the village commercial core. This is a higher intensity, more active portion of the plan area. In total, the plan area is developed to be a mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented environment. The village commercial core is a mix of condominium, hotel, timeshare, and pure hotel uses centered around, as I said, an active pedestrian-oriented village with retail, recreation, and restaurant uses. It would include approximately 517 total lodging units, 880 bedrooms of development, and 200,000 square feet of commercial development. Included within the village core is the Mountain Adventure Camp facility. That's a 90,000 square foot indoor recreation facility that's programmed to include a mix of active and passive family-oriented recreation uses such as pools, action rivers, climbing walls, multi-generational arcades, movie theaters, bowling, things like that. We also have the village commercial neighborhood over here, This is the more passive portion of the plan area. And it is a mix of lower density condominium, hotel, timeshare, and pure hotel uses, as well as fractional ownership cabins. It also would be a pedestrian-oriented village environment, but with fewer commercial and retail offerings, and overall would be less active, a little bit quieter resort setting. It would include approximately 333 units, 610 bedrooms of development, about 40,000 square feet of neighborhood serving commercial uses. A nascent addition to the specific plan is that lots 11 or 12, one of them would support a 24-hour-a-day, full-service fire station that would be completely funded, dedicated, constructed, staffed, and equipped, dedicated to the Squaw Valley Fire District at no cost to the district. There are a couple of different triggers for that. The first is to dedicate the land at the map that records the 300th bedroom, and the second is to fully fund and develop and dedicate that station at the map that records the 750th bedroom, so about 50% of the way through the development. The plan area also includes the Squaw Valley Squaw Valley Creek stream restoration area and linear interpretive park that would be right along here. It would include the trapezoidal channel area, a new wetlands area at the east end of that, and also daylighting of an historic stream channel known as the Olympic Channel. The plan also includes a village open space network. That's an interconnected network of walking and biking paths connecting the village neighborhood to areas within surrounding the plan area and the rest of the valley, and would also connect into the area's hiking and biking trails. We'll get into that in a moment. And as I mentioned, day skier parking would be predominantly located on lots 11 and 12. I have a little bit more detailed discussion of that in a further slide. This is the east parcel. Land uses on the east parcel include a 15,000 square foot shipping and receiving facility. There's also a 5,000 square foot retail market. It would include employee housing for up to 300 employees. It would also have an employee recreation and fitness center over here that would be integrated with employee housing units. There is a Class 1 trail that would be constructed along the parcel frontage here that would connect into the existing Class 1 trail on the opposite side of Squaw Valley Road. And then down here in this graphic, you can see there would also be Class 2 bike lanes that would be added to either side of Squaw Valley Road.
That's good. I write that.
The Sure. So yeah, that's a great point, and I thank you. So this is the shipping and receiving facility. These are the employee housing units. This is also employee housing and would include the employee recreation and fitness center. This is the market, Class 1 trail, and then of course bike lanes along the roadway. The shipping and receiving would intercept large delivery vehicles, and resort delivery would be handled at off-peak hours by clean fuel vehicles, smaller clean fuel vehicles. And that retail market would be a small retail market to provide basic grocery needs for resort guests in the community. The project proposes to construct park and recreation improvements. I already touched on them a little bit. Down here in the valley, there would be a Class 1 bike trail that would go along the north side of Squaw Creek, south side of Squaw Valley Road, connecting into the existing terminus over by the Squaw Meadows condos, and then proceeding through the development. There would also be new trailhead, public trailhead areas that would be constructed over here and over here. This is Shirley Canyon Trail. This is Shirley Canyon and Granite Chief. This would be consolidated. Both of these trailheads would include public parking, limited amount of public parking, 15 to 20 spaces, flush restrooms, trail signage, kiosk with information, things of that nature. The project would also construct, there are existing vault restrooms at Squaw Valley Park. The project would convert those restrooms to flush restrooms with a sewer connection. This is an on-mountain graphic, and here's the resort base area right here. These are already existing trails, and I won't get into naming them all. This graphic is a little small for that anyhow, but they consist of, pardon me, the Granite Chief Trail, there's the Shirley Canyon Trail, it goes up through here. We've got the Western States coming through, the Pacific Crest comes through. The project would enhance these trails, not the Pacific Crest Trail, but the Shirley Canyon Loop, the World Cup connector to the Western States Trail, Shirley Canyon Trail, and there's also a potential real alignment between Granite Chief and Shirley Canyon Trails. And those would be improved to Forest Service standards in coordination with the Forest Service, developed in coordination with them. There would also be a funding mechanism that's included in the development agreement that would provide about $10,000 a year for maintenance funding for those trails. And they would have fully dedicated public access easements over them. On to parking supply. I know this has been a big issue. So lots 11 and 12, you can see here on the graphic. These are existing developed surface parking lots today. They would continue to serve as surface parking lots and would include one level of podium parking constructed over the top. They would be the primary day skier parking. You would also continue to have day skier parking in the existing intra-west parking level 2 and in the preferred parking structure. And then out at the east parcel, there are 2 levels of structured parking over 1 level of surface parking, and that's a mixture of employee parking and overflow day skier parking. The east parcel, importantly, would be served by a shuttle, private resort shuttle, that would transport employees and guests back and forth between the resort. And as I mentioned earlier, there's also a Class 1 trail connection, so that provides that multimodal trail connectivity for other options to travel back and forth to the resort. Plan implementation. The specific plan by itself is really mostly just a policy document, and the implementation of that policy document relies in large part on the master phasing plan, and that's a detailed schedule of all the infrastructure improvements that have to be constructed to serve the plan area. So sewer, water, new wells, drainage facilities, roadways, but it also includes detailed schedules for the fire station improvement, crosswalks on Squaw Valley Road, parking facilities, park and recreation facilities. And it works in concert with the other master plans that have been developed for the project. And so those, not to get into a listing of all of them because there are many, but they include things like the sewer master plan, the water master plan, drainage master plan, and the other plans. And I wanted to emphasize here with this graphic that I have up, this is a bi-polygon designation, and it shows everything in green is basically a non-development lot. So it's open space within the specific plan. Everything that has a color code with it, some kind of a pattern, is a development lot. And each of the color codes correlates to a building polygon that defines the maximum building height for that specific polygon. This is a more close-up example of Lot 1A, which is up on the Snow Beach area. It's immediately adjacent to the existing Red Wolf Lodge here. And what, again, each of these polygons defines at a broader level of detail than what the development standards and design guidelines ultimately get into is the maximum height that any building could be within each of these polygons. There are also assignments for minimum open space, maximum building coverage, floor area ratios, maximum bedroom density, and other development metrics. And here, as I wrap up, I just wanted to show briefly, this is a typical wintertime condition photograph taken from Squaw Valley Road, just to the west of the intersection of Squaw Valley Road and Far East Road, as it exists today on top. And then with the project fully developed, stream restoration implemented on the bottom. Same view as a springtime view, same location, existing village, existing view shed on top, and then of course how the project affects that view shed when it's fully built out. This is a simulation of the east parcel. This is a little bit of an older simulation. The plan has changed a little bit in that these employee units are now in a different location, and there is one additional level of structured parking up on top of this facility. But nonetheless, it is a good representation of what the east parcel would look like. These are architectural renderings. Again, this is of the retail market as you would view it driving past on Squaw Valley Road or standing on the opposite side of Squaw Valley Road. And the bottom, that's the top view. The bottom view is the shipping and receiving facility as viewed from inside the site looking to the west. With that said, what I'm going to do real quickly, I'll just let you all know, I'm going to introduce a series of speakers as we move through the presentation, and then I will be concluding the presentation at the end. So next on the dais is Sarah Gilmore with Engineering and Survey.
Thanks, Alex. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Sarah Gilmore, Engineering and Surveying. I'm going to be talking very briefly about the hydrology, water quality, and stream restoration plan. The plan area is located in an approximate 8 square mile Squaw Creek watershed. We couldn't show it all on a meaningful slide, so this is just the valley portion of it. At the west end of the valley is the transition from the steep headwaters down to the trapezoidal channel that was constructed in the 1960 Winter Olympics by the Army Corps of Engineers. I don't think you can really see it, but this is the confluence of the North and South Fork. And the Olympic Channel comes in here. Further down, it goes into the meadow, and then it passes just north of the east parcel before finally entering the Truckee River. Because of excessive sediment load, both Squaw Creek and the Truckee River are listed by Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board as impaired water bodies. When we're talking storm drainage or treatment of stormwater, the majority of the valley currently lacks any engineered stormwater drainage system. The existing plan area has been developed with various open channels, pipes, culverts over the years by multiple parties. It's kind of a mishmash. And the older systems generally don't have any water quality treatment features. Some of the newer village stuff does have underground filtration systems that do provide treatment before discharging to Squaw Creek. Because a large portion of the project is proposed on existing paved and disturbed areas, implementation of the plan would result in a net increase of only a 1/4 acre of impervious surface in the main village area. We're talking about a 4 1/4 increase in impervious areas with the development of the east parcel. This slide shows the proposed storm drainage system to be installed in the plan area. It includes both conventional pipe and less conventional open channel conveyance systems. The stormwater includes your best management practices, or BMPs, as well as the low impact development, or LIDs, that are the buzzwords. And generally, this project will definitely be required to meet the new LID standards, which mimic more natural drainage patterns. I want to talk about snow for just a second. It's not shown on the slide, but snow is also an important water quality consideration. Existing snow storage operations are adjacent to the Olympic Channel at the end here. And those are likely to contain a lot of urban contaminants from the plowed vehicular areas. The specific plan includes a new snow management program with a variety of storage, removal, and water quality proposals. Included in that are snow bunkers, which are incorporated into the 2 parking structures on lots 11 and 12. Water quality and filtration systems will be used to capture and treat all snowmelt runoff. A quick touch on the floodplains now. This is the existing 100-year floodplain in the main village area. Currently, the 100-year floodplain in this portion does extend out into some portions of the east parking lot, and it definitely leaves the banks of the Olympic Channel here. However, no structures are affected, and mapped flood areas are all parking lot or open space. If you were to continue down the valley off of this slide, you would see that the 100-year floodplain spans much of the meadow. It extends to Squaw Valley Road in a couple locations. And at the east parcel, the floodplain is completely contained because the channel is deeper there and has higher banks. Under proposed conditions with the plan, once the stream restoration is complete, the 100-year floodplain would no longer affect parking areas and would only impact sections of the proposed trail and linear park that go along Squaw Creek. So the last thing I wanted to talk about a little bit was the restoration of Squaw Creek. This program extends from the confluence, you can see the dotted red line here, of the North and South Fork, along the current trapezoidal channel, down here to where the Olympic Channel enters from the south. The goal of this is compliance with regulatory regulations and requirements, such as the TMDLs, the local, state, and federal water quality standards, as well as the Squaw Valley General Plan, among other things. The objectives are mainly to reduce sediment movement, to increase wetland habitat, restore more natural stream functions, increase floodplain capacity, and of course additionally accommodate the Class 1 bike and walking trail and interpretive signage and viewing areas. The scope of it includes a 150 to 200 foot swath of land that will be conservation corridor. Channel widening will include stream meanders and install velocity control features, importantly protecting from erosion at stormwater outfalls and create wetland recharge areas. The stream restoration is proposed in phases. The first phase is triggered with the small lot map that's going to record the 150th bedroom. Then they're followed by 7 discrete phases that go along, moving generally from here down and from here across, until the final phase would be constructed prior to recording the map for the 600th bedroom. That concludes my brief section of the report. I'm always available for questions. I don't know who's next. Alex?
Next, we have Sean Bekta with Ascent Environmental. Ascent is the county's environmental consultant. He will be presenting an overview of the environmental analysis.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Again, my name is Sean Bekta with Ascent Environmental. I was the project manager for preparation of the environmental impact report. My part here is to give a brief summary of the environmental impact report, trying to consolidate several years of analysis and documentation into 15 minutes or less. So please don't expect a thorough reading of the EIR, just some highlights. So an overview of the issue areas we looked at in the EIR. I won't read through all of these, but the main point here is we had a very comprehensive evaluation of issues, hydrology, air quality, groundwater. So we covered really, I think, the summation of the environmental impact areas that this project could contribute to. As far as the impacts go, I'm going to break this up between project-related impacts and cumulative impacts. So we identified or analyzed 79 total project-specific impacts. Again, this is not so much a comment on the number of impacts of the project, but the number of issue areas that we looked at. We also looked at 44 total cumulative impacts. Of the 79 project-specific impacts, we identified 1 beneficial impact, 1 no impact. So we looked at the issue area and just found that the project would not contribute to it. 25, yes? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. 25 less than significant impacts and 52 potentially significant or significant impacts. Of those 52, 41 of them were actually, you're gonna see in a bit, I did make a bit of an error. So right here, this 41 should be 42, and this 10 should be a 9, and I'll explain why in just a bit. 42 significant impacts were reduced to less than significant with mitigation. 9 significant and unavoidable impacts, and 1 potentially significant and unavoidable impact. And I say based on the FEIR because as we transition from the draft EIR to the final EIR, there was some additional mitigation that was added. Then for the cumulative impacts, as I said before, there were 44 total cumulative impacts. Again, 1 identified as no impact, 28 less than significant impacts, and 15 potentially significant or significant impacts. Amongst those 15, again, there's an adjustment here. 6 were reduced to less than significant with mitigation. 9 were significant and unavoidable, and 1 potentially significant and unavoidable. There was quite a bit of comment, and there's been questions related to the significant and unavoidable, so I wanted to walk through what those are. The first is cultural resources, demolition of historically significant buildings. There are 2 buildings eligible for the National Register of Historic Places that, under the proposed project, would be removed. The Olympic Valley, what's now the Olympic Valley Lodge and the Far East Center, they're both related to the 1960 Winter Olympics. Because they're eligible for the National Register, removal or damage to those buildings is considered a significant impact. They would be removed. We have mitigation to document the values of those buildings, but that still doesn't change the fact that they would be removed. So it's a significant unavoidable impact. Visual resources, preparing EIRs for 25 years is always a challenge. Visual is subjective based on the viewer and the conditions. You know, the old statement, I don't know what art is, but I know what I like. Same thing with visual. People know what things are and they know what they like and don't like, and sometimes they disagree. And there can be a great deal of difference between viewer groups. One person may see something as an enhancement, one may see it as a detriment. One may come to an area for the first time and have no background on what it looked like prior to a project and sees it just as it is. Another may have a long history with the area and may see the same change as an eyesore. So we need to work in that context in the visual resources. So our first significant unavoidable effect relates to scenic vistas, and so that is a broader view, how you see a broad view, and the project would block the lower level views of some scenic vistas of areas in the valley. We also make a distinction between construction and operation. Construction provides an element that is not really there in the valley now. It may provide large areas of earth storage, cranes, material storage, a component that's not your typical view right now in Olympic Valley. Whereas buildings, there may be disagreement on what the buildings look like, but there is a built environment there. And so we make a distinction between what you might see during construction and what you might see once the project is complete. And so we identified a significant unavoidable related to scenic vistas. And then we had a cumulative effect, so in the sense of how this change in views related to this project would interact with other projects in the valley. And so this project contributes to that. So this is part of the number of the significant unavoidable impacts relates to the fact that we analyzed the project on its own, and then we analyzed the project's cumulative contribution. And so in this case, we have 2 impacts related to this issue, one for the project alone, one in the project's cumulative contribution. Continuing with visual resources, so substantially degrade the existing visual character. So you may have a change in visual character, and everyone may agree it's a substantial change, but again, some might say that change is a substantial degradation, some may not. So here, the substantially degrade, we identified a significant and unavoidable related to those construction issues, and then a cumulative repeat of that. Substantially damaged scenic resources related to primarily scenic highways. Although Squaw Valley Road is not a state scenic highway, it is the county designates it as a scenic roadway, so we were conservative and treated it as a scenic highway. And so we have significant adverse visual effects related to that visual issue also. Light and glare, we have a lot of mitigation related to light and glare, very typical stuff that you find for projects. It does not change the fact that there's going to be buildings that are multiple stories that will have windows open. There will be lights associated with the project, much more than there are now. So we identified that as a significant unavoidable impact. And again, a repeat of that in the cumulative. Moving to transportation and circulation, we have impacts to Placer County Road intersections. The significant impact relates to the level of service, or the significant unavoidable impact relates to the level of service at Squaw Valley Road, Village East Road. That will be operating at LOSF. There is an option to make LOSF allowable in the Squaw Valley General Plan, and so there's a general plan amendment associated with the project to make LOSF allowable, that intersection. Once that was done, then there'd no longer be a conflict, and technically the intersection will be operating at an acceptable LOS. And so that significant unavoidable would no longer, from a CEQA and EIR, environmental impact analysis, no longer be a conflict, and so would no longer occur. Caltrans intersections, I say NA on impacts to Caltrans because it was the, when we prepared the draft EIR, it was the Squaw Valley, the SR 89 Alpine Meadows Road intersection that operated at an unacceptable LOS. The signalization project wasn't done yet. We didn't know when it would be complete exactly. So we were on the conservative, called it significant unavoidable, that once the signalization went in, that would become less than significant. Between the draft and the final, that project was completed, so that is no longer a significant unavoidable impact. The cumulative impact, though, remains for Caltrans intersections because when you look into the future, and there's a lot of other projects in the region adding traffic, there's some intersections associated with I-80 up in Truckee that the project makes a contribution to, so that's not one where it's a repeat. There's a bit of a difference. Vehicular queuing at Caltrans intersections, that's queuing cars lining up at the Squaw Valley Road SR 89 intersection. There's some possible fixes, but we can't guarantee that Caltrans would ever implement them, so we called it significant and unavoidable. The cumulative impact repeats that one. Caltrans highways is highway segments, particularly along SR 89. We can't guarantee that Caltrans will ever widen it, whether they ever can widen it. So there's some segments of SR 89 that this project will contribute traffic to. They'll operate at an unacceptable level, and so it's a significant and unavoidable impact that we identify for the project condition and the cumulative. Noise. We have a significant unavoidable related to construction noise, and this is purely related to if there's nighttime construction. So the noise standards during the daytime, the project can be consistent with the county standards. At night, the applicant has told us that they can't guarantee or make a commitment that there may not be a need for some nighttime construction at some point. There might be a foundation pour that needs to continue through the night or something else. So the nighttime standards are much lower, so we can't guarantee that the nighttime noise standards can be met at all times, so we called this significant and unavoidable. The cumulative effect, we identified a scenario, although unlikely, that the construction of this project might generate noise that might interact with construction noise of the resort at Squaw Creek expansion, and then the two together then make a cumulative impact, and this project might make a substantial contribution to that. So again, we erred on the conservative, called that a significant and unavoidable for concurrent nighttime construction of those two projects. This is the one where I said I made an error. Exposure of new and existing sensitive receptors to operational generated transportation noise. This was related to increased traffic on Squaw Valley Road, causing additional noise that would violate exterior noise standards for receptors along the road. Between the draft and the final, the applicant made a commitment to do resurfacing of Squaw Valley Road prior to this impact becoming significant with a rubberized asphalt mixture that reduces the noise generated by the vehicles. So then we're able to meet the county's exterior noise standards. So both the individual project and the cumulative are no longer significant and unavoidable. Greenhouse gas emissions. The project would meet the existing published standards for greenhouse gas emissions to be less than significant. We don't know what the future standards are going to be. Odds are they're going to be more restrictive. There's a high probability of that. Some people say it's a guarantee. At this point, we just have to say we don't know what the legislature is going to do. So again, we erred on the conservative. We don't know what the standards are going to be. We assume they're going to be more restrictive. There's a chance that elements of the project built after those more restrictive standards are in place may not be met. It's a 25-year build-out period. We can't thoroughly project the future, so again, we erred on the conservative and said we provide mitigation to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases, but we can't guarantee, and under all cases, all standards will be met. So going into the alternatives, we identified these alternatives and evaluated them in the EIR. The no project, no development alternative just is a continuation of existing conditions. CEQA requires that we look at a no project. We actually looked at two variations of the no project. This first one here is assuming nothing happens. And so as you'd expect, the environmental effects are less because the existing condition continues. Sorry. I'm having the court reporter asking me to slow down, so no, please jump in anytime. I'm feeling a time limit, so thank you. So this is the second. This was assuming a development under the Squaw Valley General Plan Land Use Ordinance. We had an alternative that we considered but didn't evaluate further that looked at maximum development that the general plan would allow. We found that wouldn't be reasonable. The development levels were so high, almost double the proposed project, that it wasn't a realistic alternative. So here we looked at past development in the valley, some future projections, and came up with an alternative that had 50% fewer rooms, but it also came up looking at the past development patterns with 20% more retail and restaurant. Also, the past development patterns have been, as you see now, Intra-West Village, other projects, not a master plan development. So that was our assumption here, that this would be individual projects coming in over time as market forces drove it. The assumption was a similar project footprint and related effects. Footprint effects on this particular project aren't as important because so much of it is on existing parking lot and impervious surfaces as opposed to a greenfield project that might be entirely on habitat or ag land or something like that. Fewer rooms. Anytime you have fewer rooms or less development, you're going to have less water demand, traffic generation, air emissions, noise, impacts like that. The general plan has no building height limits, so in the village commercial zone, so there's potential that some buildings could be higher than would be in the existing proposal. And because it would be individual projects, smaller development scale, smaller financial resources, we assume that the creek restoration and other amenities would be more modest because you wouldn't be able to consolidate that funding of one entity into a larger activity. The reduced density alternative, so we wanted to look at an alternative that would alleviate some of those significant and unavoidable impacts. We geared it toward traffic at first, thinking that potentially a 50% reduction in the project might reduce those traffic impacts to less than significant. It didn't necessarily do that in all cases, but it does give an alternative to look at to see what would happen if you substantially reduce the project size. This one, separate from the other development, assumes a master plan development, not the piece by piece. It has a mountain adventure camp or a MAC, but of reduced size. Again, reduced project footprint effects, fewer rooms, the same, less water demand, traffic generation, air emissions, and noise. Overall visual effects would be similar to the project. You'd still have large buildings, maybe not as tall, but you'd still have structures with a greater level of mass than the existing structures. But you'd have more opportunities to move those buildings and shape them and to maybe reduce view shed effects in certain areas. Again, because it's a smaller project, less financial resources available, we'd assume creek restoration and other amenities would be more modest. Another thing that traffic drove was we wanted to look at the idea of what if instead of taking a reduced project to reduce the number of trips, you took an approach of increasing the traffic infrastructure to accommodate more traffic. We wanted to just be able to disclose what that might be, so we looked at an option of increasing Squaw Valley Road to 4 lanes wide. As you'd expect, it did improve traffic conditions on Squaw Valley Road, but then you still get to SR 89 and the same bottlenecks there. So localized, it improved traffic conditions, but beyond that, it didn't help. And you get greater effects of you encroach on some driveways, you encroach on some existing structures that are very close to Squaw Valley Road, you encroach onto Squaw Creek, and you build 4-lane bridges over Squaw Creek. So the biological resources impacts are greater on that. So that's the trade-off there. Preservation of historical and wetland resources alternatives. So CEQA directs us to look at alternatives that reduce significant effects. We had that significant unavoidable on buildings. We had some effects, minor effects on wetlands, not significant unavoidable, but we thought, what if we had developed an alternative that reduced or avoided those effects? So we created an alternative to look at that preserved the Olympic Valley Lodge in the Far East Center, minimized wetland impacts. The result of that was 2 fewer buildings, and there was not space for the Squaw Kids expansion, approximately 15% fewer rooms, but the same retail and restaurant. So that, again, the same reduced footprint effects, but minor, slightly less biological effects, and then the effects that you get with fewer rooms would also apply. And this is the last one. Alternative water tank location. So the proposed water tank location is by the existing tank on the north side of the valley behind that tank. So it actually screen the view of the new tank. And there's a flat level pad there already, but we wanted an option in the EIR just in case that opportunity didn't come through to have a tank on land that was owned by the applicant so they could assure that a tank could be put there if needed. So we looked at that in the EIR. This is on the south side of the valley near the existing village area. And so this was in this slope here between the ski slopes and the trees. And so it's a new piece of infrastructure, removes trees, need to put a flat level pad, creates some extra ground disturbance, greater visibility in this area. It would be screened partially by trees, but it would still be visible from several areas. So this is included in the EIR just in case there's a need to exercise this option. And that's it for me.
Great, thank you, Sean. Next, we have Rich Moorhead with the County Department of Public Works.
Good morning, Richard Moorhead with the Department of Public Works and Facilities. I'll be talking about the transportation and traffic analysis that was done as part of the environmental work. The graphic up before you here is just show the regional area. I think everyone knows where Squaw Valley sits, but I-80 is on the north end there. 267 to the east, Highway 28 runs around the north part of the lake on this graphic, and then Highway 89 and continues down to South Shore. Squaw Valley is that blob that sits there. As part of the traffic analysis, this isn't our typical analysis you would see, weekday, PM peak hour, and AM peak hour. Specific time periods were picked for the region and the resort type of traffic that we see here. We looked at a Friday summer PM peak hour. That tends to be the busiest time in the summer. It was in August, or an August time frame. Saturday AM peak hour, that's when we have the peak come skiers as well as guests coming into the valley. And then as you can imagine, a Sunday PM peak hour when those same skiers and visitors are leaving the valley. Just to give you an idea, I'm not going to go through specific numbers at every intersection, but to give you a grand scale idea about how much traffic the project is estimated to generate. As part of the environmental work that was done in the winter, it's about 2,800 vehicles a day, and in the summer is roughly 3,300 vehicles a day. These just to show the roadways in the plan area. Sean had touched on the level of service F issue, which is at Village East. It's this road. And I really just want to point out that those are pretty discrete impacts that happen at peak times. And that really affects the delay on that side street. So the level of service F policy that's being considered there affects the development itself, doesn't necessarily affect the flow on Squaw Valley Road. I'm going to break this into two different slides here. First, to talk about the roadways that were analyzed off-site or outside of the valley, not necessarily outside or off-site, but outside the valley, and then one inside the valley. There are a total of 9 roadway segments that were studied, and if you look at the graphic, you'll see these little blue lines. Those would be the roadway segments, and then the black dots that you'll see on there were the intersections that were analyzed. Just looking down, starting at the north end there, I'm not going to go through every single intersection, but at the north end, that's Donner Pass Road and Highway 89. And as you go to the far south end, that's the existing Tahoe City Y. So that's 89 and Highway 28. Sean had touched on this, some of the impacts associated with it. One impact that was identified is the Alpine Meadows Road, Highway 89 intersection. We had a project moving forward to construct the bridge there. I don't know if you've seen the new bridge, and to signalize that intersection when the environmental work was being done. That project was out to bid, I believe, if I recall, but we hadn't constructed it yet. That since has been constructed. There's an impact at the entrance, so at Highway 89 and Highway 89 and Squaw Valley Road. That's really a northbound left turn issue, so leaving from, say, Tahoe City area, heading northbound. That left turn pocket doesn't have sufficient length. We get queuing that goes beyond that, starts to back out into the through lane. So the mitigation associated with that is to lengthen that left turn pocket and do some signal or timing modifications. That is identified still as a significant and unavoidable impact, only because it's a Caltrans facility. Although it's committed to be done, we can't guarantee that that encroachment permit would be issued. Caltrans is supportive. That being said, we don't have control over that roadway. Also during existing plus project, there is one impact, and it's the segment of roadway of Highway 89 between West River Street and Deerfield Drive. And then under the cumulative setting, Sean had touched on all this stuff already, but the I-80 ramps, 89 and Donner Pass Road. And also, there's an existing plus project as well as cumulative plus project impact through the Tahoe City corridor on Highway 89. It's adding, all of these are really adding vehicular trips to already conditions that aren't operating at acceptable levels of service. So up in the valley itself, again, if you look at starting up in the valley here, this is where the specific plan sits, Highway 89 and Squaw Valley Road. Certainly with the addition of trips, there are impacts on the roadway and intersections itself. There's mitigation for the adoption of a traffic management plan. With that traffic management plan, it would be an expansion of the 3-laning program that happens today, as well as enhancements to that. What that really does is allow 2 lanes in the morning when you have those peaks in the morning, and then 2 lanes out in the afternoon when you have the peaks in the afternoon. So it starts to operate similar to a 4-lane facility because we have that peak directional traffic on the roadway without going to a 4-lane. Slow down. Sorry about that. Yeah. I tend to talk fast, sorry. So that operates essentially as a 4-lane facility. Even with mitigation, as it was touched on, the Squaw Valley and Village East roadway would operate at level of service F. Again, it's that side street. Those are discrete impacts that occur on a limited basis. It's anticipated that this traffic management plan, there'll be a predictive model put into place so they'll know when that needs to occur. And it's going to happen, 10 to 15 times a year, those peak times. As well as the other part of the analysis that was done in there and needs to be touched on is for the construction impacts. Certainly with a project of that scale, there'll be construction traffic coming in and out. There's a whole list of areas that need to be touched on with that construction management plan. It's the truck arrival rate, the time of day the trucks come, circulation pattern, staging area. There's a whole litany of stuff that needs to be identified. That will come in as part of the improvement plan process. The Department of Public Works facility approves those plans, and it'll need to be consistent with the mitigation measure that's been identified. Still too fast? The last piece I'm going to touch on here is the transit service. This was a graphic that was pulled out. Since this time, things have changed in the transit service. We have additional transit, actually. And some of the parts that have been identified here aren't under the providers. There's a TART that the county oversees, which now includes the Night Rider and ski shuttle, which was being done by different people at the time this was done. There's also private transit services. There's a shuttle that runs between Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows Road, as well as an inner valley that runs between the resort at Squaw Creek and the valley, or the village. As part of the analysis, there was an impact to the transit service. For that mitigation, there's a fair share contribution that's required of the project. That'll be done probably through the formation of CFD or annexation into the CSA. And that's strictly just for the mitigation of the project. There's also some contributions that are above and beyond those requirements that are part of the DA. There's some one-time contributions as well as annual contributions, again, that are above and beyond to help us fund that transit system. And as part of the specific plan itself, there's a commitment to run more inter-valley transit services. So with that, I think I'd turn it back over to Alex.
Thank you, Rich. Okay. For the next portion of the presentation, I'm going to introduce the item, and then I'm going to introduce 3 speakers. Those speakers include the county's program manager for the Office of Emergency Services, John McEldowney. He'll be followed by Squaw Valley Fire Department Fire Chief Banson, and then also Lieutenant Jason Lockhart with the Placer County Sheriff's Office will be speaking. This project and any other project located within a state responsibility area for fire abatement, or if it's in a high fire severity zone, has certain code requirements in the California State Code for findings that the county has to make in order to approve a tentative map. And in brief, those findings pertain to maximum dead-end road lengths are not exceeded, that structural fire protection and suppression services are developed and incorporated into the project, and that ingress and egress to the project meets the road standards for fire equipment access. To address the emergency preparedness needs for the specific plan area, we went a little further and we addressed all hazards that would potentially affect the plan area. So it is predominantly fire hazard because that is the main threat. The project is located within a high fire severity zone and is located immediately adjacent to state responsibility area. We also have incorporated into the emergency preparedness evacuation plan evaluation of risks, hazards, and response mechanisms for avalanche risk, geologic risk, and flood risk. So as I mentioned, this emergency preparedness plan was prepared for the project. In brief, it includes compliance measures. It has an assessment of the risks, the vulnerabilities, and then programs to respond to those risks and vulnerabilities, to put a plan in place to be able to manage that risk and reduce it to an acceptable level. Some of the elements include compliance with the Squaw Valley Fire Department Fire Prevention Code and California Fire Code that's ensconced in the National Fire Protection Act codes and standards. Compliance with Squaw Valley Fire Department minimum fire flows, which is maximum day water demand plus fire flow. Construction of fire-resistant buildings with automatic fire alarms and fire suppression systems such as sprinklers. Identification of emergency evacuation routes and emergency access road standards, shelter-in-place locations, defensible space measures, provisions for fuel reduction zones, and importantly, a program for disseminating public safety information to project residents and guests, including implementation of notification systems and procedures during evacuation events and ongoing annual staff training for project staff in emergency preparedness and evacuation procedures. As I mentioned, this emergency preparedness and evacuation plan is a systematic and comprehensive tool to address these issues, includes detailed plans to implement emergency preparedness procedures. The plan works in conjunction, as you can see up here. I just have a graphic showing each of the plans. The plan works in conjunction with the Squaw Valley Fire Department's evacuation plan for Olympic Valley, which works in conjunction with the county's Placer Operational Area East Side Evacuation Plan. These things really nest within each other, so to speak, to serve to implement the needs of the other as it broadens out from a local event to a larger local event to potentially a regional evacuation need. So with that, our first speaker is John McEldowney. As I said, he will be followed by Chief Banson and then by Jason Lockhart.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much. Again, my name is John McEldowney with Placer County Office of Emergency Services. My goal today is just kind of give you a broad overview of evacuations in general. The big thing for evacuations, especially if it's a fire type evacuation, First and foremost, the decision is going to be made by what I'm calling the senior fire commander on scene. It might not be the fire chief. He or she might not be on the scene, so we don't want to slow that process down, essentially. Real quick, the bad side of evacuations, they're always a challenging event. They're very difficult. It's generally speaking, unless it's a really small evacuation, it's going to require multi-agency coordination between fire, law, perhaps other fire agencies. Generally speaking, just a lot of people, a lot of different agencies get involved. And also, obviously, there's going to be emergency notifications to the public, as Alex has talked about. It's just a real challenging event for everybody to pull off. Worst case scenario, the entire basin could potentially need to be evacuated on a busy holiday weekend with a lot going on. But that type of situation, it pretty much holds true, across the western slope of California to varying levels of severity depending on population levels, et cetera, et cetera. The good part, which Alex kind of tapped on, keyed into a little bit, we do have an emergency, east side emergency evacuation plan in place, and this has been vetted, worked with all the fire and emergency responder, law enforcement community. And basically, the assessment is that the ability to execute an evacuation under even the most difficult and trying circumstances is there. It's something that's going to be able to be done. The plan was recently updated, and again, it was always a coordinated effort with all the different parts and pieces, all the different agencies that are going to be involved. And one key issue I want to emphasize is the first responders. They're familiar with the plan. They know it's a coordinated effort. They know the challenges. They've studied the area. They're keyed on this because they know how challenging it could potentially be. Topography.
Oh, I'm sorry. Adrienne Graham with Squaw Valley. Oh my gosh, you think I could find that slide? I have my notes, so I can just tell you that when we first started, our first proposal to the county included about 3,100 bedrooms. And we're at 1,493 today.
Yeah, you said earlier, you said 3,085 and it went to 1,482. 83, I believe is what you said.
1,493.
Oh, 1,493, I wrote it wrong then in my notes here.
Yeah, so I think we started at around 3,100, we then went to around 2,800, and now we're at 1,493.
Thank you. I have one other question, if I could. I'd like to talk a little bit about the concern that I've heard about the propane system and the fuel system and so forth. I hate to bring it up, but it seems to be of concern. Are there any options that we can talk about in dealing with that?
Are you addressing the applicant or staff?
Well, either one. I guess staff, just start with staff. I'm sure they can help me.
Sure. So, there we go. Turn the mic on, Alex. There we go. Alex Fish, Planning Services Division. Two things were said during public comment that were not entirely accurate, and I want to make sure that those are corrected. One was pertaining to seismic zones, and there was a statement that the project proposes to revise a seismic zone. The county doesn't have the authority over seismic zone ratings. That's a state issue, and it's not part of the project request. The other part was that the potential avalanche hazard area has been revised for the portion of Lot 19 where the propane tanks would be placed, and that also is not true. The study that Mr. Haywood did in support of the EIR analysis essentially determined, and he was actually involved in the 1982 study that was initially prepared for the general plan that was done by Norm Wilson. But it essentially determined that the avalanche area over in that part of the resort is, because it's not actively managed and it hasn't substantially changed as far as like slope revegetation, things, that's substantially the same. That said, the propane tanks, they would be placed in underground containment vaults Those are below-ground facilities primarily. They do have above-ground risers, vaporizers, and alarms, other equipment that go with those. I'm not an expert on propane systems. Is Ken Giberson? Perfect. Ken, however, Ken is the engineer that prepared some of the engineering analysis for that, and Ken may be able to answer some of the issues better.
Thank you, Alex. Ken Giberson with McKay and Somp Civil Engineers. We've been the site civil engineer for the development since 2011. The effort that we went through to look at siting of propane tanks was quite extensive. There currently are 2 tanks that are on the site. They're both very old and somewhat don't meet current standards. We looked at a number of locations for propane tanks, identified this particular location as an ideal location for propane tanks. They are underground. They do have, as Alex explains, some mixing facilities, air, gas mixing that are above ground. Those facilities come with shut-off valves so that if those are broken, they automatically shut down. But those facilities are below grade. The propane is submerged in large tanks, and so it shouldn't be an issue from an avalanche point of view from that perspective.
Larry, does that answer the question that you had or concern that was expressed? Yeah, okay.
I might have a couple if he's through.
Okay, go ahead, and then Richard wants to ask one. Go ahead, Larry.
Hang on. We've heard several comments by persons concerned about the limitation on the size of employee housing. Is that employee housing issue still in flex a little bit, or can it be adjusted? I'm just concerned that maybe we're not addressing it as well as we should have, and I just feel like I should ask. Alex?
I'll ask again, is that a question to county staff or to the applicant?
Well, if you have the answer, that's great.
Well, my answer will be based upon what the board's established policy is for the Eastern Sierra Nevada, because that's the guidelines that we have to evaluate projects under. And that guideline says, or that policy rather, says that in the eastern part of the Sierra, projects are required to provide 50% employee housing for 50% of the full-time equivalent employees. So it's not the total number, it's the full-time equivalent. So if you have fractional employees, they only count as their fractional amount. 50% of the full-time equivalent employees in one of the following ways: construction of employee housing, dedication of land needed for employee housing, dedication of fees needed for employee housing, or rehabilitation of existing units and deed restriction and dedication of those units. And so this project, it has achieved that plan, and to a large degree, I know that there is a tremendous amount of concern and relevant issue about shortages of workforce housing in the region, and that it is a constraint. This project has made some very substantive commitments. I know they're not housing units that necessarily fit all of the workforce. They're tailored more specifically to a specific portion of the workforce. But those housing units are real. They would be providing housing. So if you take the equation of 50% of 574, 287 is the obligation. I have heard numbers here today, and I've read them in the past, that there's only 40 existing units. The developer has told us 99. That puts them on the hook, frankly, for more housing units than maybe they're obligated to, if in fact there are only 40, but 99 is the number I'm working with. And so on the east parcel, they would build up to 300 units, a minimum of two, not units per se, but housing for up to 300 employees, minimum of 250 employees, and they would be meeting 50% of the 50%, so to speak, with that. They also have to, there are other requirements for them to complete the remainder of that housing obligation through one of the other mechanisms. It's either construction of additional employee housing somewhere else, dedication of fees, dedication of land, all of those things together. That part of it, you know, it's a long ways down the road potentially, because what we get to, if the project were approved, the project is required with each and every phase of development to develop employee housing on the east parcel until it's at a minimum of, enough housing for a minimum of 250 employees. After that point, that's a long period down the road. We get another opportunity to reassess and evaluate what the present need is at that time. That's a substantial ways into the project.
Larry, do you mind if I add comment there? So the applicant has some comment.
Mayor, well, why don't you finish asking questions? Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Let me see, back to lot 19. We heard comments about the maintenance yard aspect of that and the proximity to the creek and, maintenance equipment and that kind of stuff that potentially could flow into the creek. And so, I don't know, seems like we need to put that, that issue to rest if we can.
I think staff's gonna answer that.
Thank you. Sarah Gilmore with Engineering and Surveying Division. And I think your question is how is maybe water quality protected with Lot 19?
With Lot 19 and the maintenance facilities that are going to be constructed there or operated there.
Within the EIR, we have all of your standard language that, lines out everything that the county and the state requires of us for all the BMPs and the water quality. So I won't get into the details of that because this is a specific plan and it's only programmatic level. So we haven't identified individual treatments. However, in the specific plan and in the master drainage plan and all those other master plans, we do have kind of conceptual items such as sedimentation traps, storm filters, hydrodynamic separators. All of those are proposed between that facility and the creek. So they do propose, just in the most programmatic level to provide that. And it would be, as we go through our subsequent conformity review and then further on down the line to the small lot maps and all of those, it'll be refined as we go.
Okay.
But it is contained in the more general sense in all of the master plans, specific plan and the EIR.
Okay, and this would also apply to the constructed parking lots that apparently currently now, those just drain right into the creek, where when they're constructed, they would have to comply with.
Absolutely, and not just the standards now, but whatever standards apply as we go along down the line for the next 25 years.
Okay. Let me see, next one, I guess I'm still a little bit confused on building heights. And so in the core area, when I read the specific plan, it's talking about some structures that are 96 feet tall. But somewhere in the documentation, I got the impression that there were some changes made. And so I'm wondering how many of the structures in the core area are going to be 96 feet tall?
Remember to turn this mic on. Let's go to the page. So page B19 includes a diagram showing all of the specific plan area, and it has those color-coded polygons that I spoke to during my PowerPoint presentation. And so if we look on that, you have a total of, let's see here, make sure I've got my updated version. We've got a total of 6 buildings. Those would be buildings 1A, 1B, 3, 4, 8, and 9 that would have either, in the instance of building 9, potentially all of the building except that the shoulders and the sides would have to step down. Wherever they achieve 50 feet or taller in height, there would have to be a step back in the building where it has to go back a minimum of 15 feet before it can continue up in order to provide, a sky plane, so that you can continue to have reasonably unobstructed views. That applies to all the buildings. So building 9, portion of building 8, that's the Mountain Adventure Camp. A portion of buildings 3, 4, 1A, and 1B. So on the PowerPoint here, I apologize right now, this isn't bigger, but what we're talking about is this vicinity of the plan area. Just right here.
Okay, so I guess the compromise I was hearing about is in the neighborhood area where their limit is 84 feet.
The village commercial neighborhood, let's see, the tallest building there is 84 feet, and that's buildings 13 and 15, a portion of those buildings.
Okay.
And rather lot 13 is probably a 2 to 3 buildings, so.
Okay. I was confused just because I guess I was interpreting that maybe there was a compromise made that was, but that clarifies it, that the specific plan is accurate. Okay, so I appreciate that.
Yes.
Let me see, the Mountain Adventure has been called a water park. Maybe this is the applicant. Is that what it is? Is it a water park?
Hi, Travis Hosey with the applicant. There will be probably be some wet components of the water part of the Mountain Adventure Camp. There will be, there will be, and yes, we did hire a water park consultant to advise us on this building. That is the closest thing that we can find in existence to what we want to build in terms of the Mountain Adventure Camp. So when folks ask us, when you've seen the specific plan, we've got quite a smorgasbord of activities that we would propose to be in the Mountain Adventure Camp, and it includes everything from, it includes water slides, it includes action rivers, it includes, training facilities for our athletes. It also includes bowling, it also includes multi-generational arcades and things that you would want to do, après-ski, and things that would be comprehensive enough to where you might make a off-season vacation destination decision to come to Squaw Valley. So it includes a lot of those things. And when we haven't programmed it specifically as to what that would do, and when that happens, it would be based on research to our customer base. So we have about 200,000 patrons that we'll ask, what would you like to do après-ski, and what would attract you to Squaw Valley and in summertime to come stay with us? And that will kind of form the basis for those things. But we're not apologetic that it would have some water components. That kids love water, right? Mm-hmm. And we're looking for, this is for our group with our patrons with kids, and they're looking for something to do. They love water, they love slides, they love those things. We'll have some of those things in there. We also probably have indoor skydiving, which is another sister company that we has those facilities as well. So a lot of fun things there. So.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Oh yeah, well, maybe a couple more. Is there any portion of, I guess in Placer County, is there a limit on the height of buildings at 70 feet?
So Squaw Valley is somewhat unique in that the Squaw Valley General Plan is also a code document. And its full title is the Squaw Valley General Plan and Land Use Ordinance. And predominantly, all of the land use designations within the valley include prescribed height limits. I think it's somewhat anomalous in the village commercial land use designation. It's the only zoning area in the county that I'm aware of where it does not have a height limit. It actually says the height limit will be established through the design review process. And that's, there are other policies in the plan about how buildings integrate with one another, how they relate to one another, that they don't substantially block views or cast large shadows on other properties. Those are all things that are part of the consideration, and that is frankly what makes it challenging.
Okay.
This specific plan, distinct from that, has actually proposed height limits for all of the properties and has gone so far as to actually master plan where each of the building locations would be and what the maximum height of each building wing would be. And then in addition to those heights at those wings, any area where, as I said earlier, if it's over 50 feet, and this is something that came out of the design review committee, they'll have step backs. So the building will have to step back before it achieves any further height.
Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Let me see, one of the things that, and we did hear some testimony. I guess one of the things that is unique about Lake Tahoe is it's a magnet. And another thing that's unique about the population of the state of California is it's not going down. And so, you know, one of the questions that comes up is even without this development, there's likely to be increases in traffic up here. And so that's just kind of maybe an observation. But I guess the one area where I have a question is, and there was some testimony from a person in the public that indicated that it's a, you know, a destination overnight area, and in their case, they don't come up here during the peak times. They come up here when they don't have the traffic issues, and they spend the week and then go home when they are past the traffic issues. And the analysis that we were talking about tends to indicate, you know, pretty significant increases in traffic associated with this proposal. So there seems to be kind of something that doesn't really fit together when you look at a destination resort versus, you know, what you have the normal weekend ski traffic come up to here. And I know on weekends, you know, I've driven through the area, and, you know, sometimes down in Big Bend, you start running into heavy traffic on Interstate 80. So at any rate, I'm just kind of puzzled a little bit by the, what do you call it, dichotomy, or the difference in destination resort versus, you know, the day use type resort.
Well, we do have the benefit of having the county's environmental consultant here, including the traffic engineer, our contract traffic engineer, John Gard. And if you have some specific questions that you'd like to ask of Mr. Gard, or the
well, I guess what I'm kind of questioning is, you know, the destination overnight stay type scenario, how did that fit into the traffic study that we're evaluating?
Yes, again, my name is John Gard, and I'm with Fair and Piers Transportation Consultants. And as I believe I understand your question, it pertains to, for the winter analysis scenarios we looked at, the question is, well, what percentage of folks were arriving during Saturday morning or Thursday or Friday afternoon or things like that. So for that data, what we did is we actually looked at hotel turnover occupancy rates at the Squaw Valley Village Hotel itself to actually understand their turnover rates. And so again, to the point that's been made previously, we were purposely kind of conservative on a lot of different assumptions to make sure we didn't understate impacts. So in reality, yes, a lot of people do arrive. They try to avoid the peak hours, things like that. But to be conservative, we assumed a little bit greater percentage. I'd have to look through the document to give you the exact number, but a greater percentage of arrivals during the Saturday morning AM peak hour than what occurs. Because one of the other things we did is we interviewed people who were checking in on Saturday to say, did you arrive at Saturday morning to start a ski day? Did you arrive at noon? Did you arrive at 3 in the afternoon? And so we erred on the side of being conservative. But in reality, yes, people may decide to avoid that peak or arrive a day or two early, if that answers your question.
Okay. Yeah, it's I think it does. You know, it really doesn't. You know, the detail in the traffic analysis, it sounds like really probably doesn't address the issue in total, but I guess that's part of our consideration. So it answers my question.
Okay.
Thank you. Any more questions, Richard?
Let me see. There was another comment from a neighbor down on the east parcel that was concerned, probably not so much with the employee housing, but with the noise associated with deliveries. And so I guess I'd ask staff to maybe kind of reflect on staff's analysis of that noise issue.
Okay. So just to orient everybody one more time, so this is the east parcel, and sorry for the folks in the audience. I'll point it out for you all first. Employee housing, retail market, more employee housing, shipping and receiving. Same for the commissioners. This is shipping and receiving, employee housing, retail market, more employee housing. And the person in question lives over here on the opposite side of the shipping and receiving facility. That facility is located by negotiated agreement with the developer and ultimately is included in the specific plan development standards, minimum 100 feet from the property boundary. The facility would be approximately 30 feet tall. The entire back wall of it would be a dead wall, so it has no openings, no windows, no doors, no anything. And that is by design to be effectively a sound barrier to the operational area out here. One of the other things that occurred is, you know, there were many iterations of the east parcel design, some of which had employee housing in different locations, and due to feedback that we got at the MAC and primarily at the DRC, the applicant team went back to the drawing board and reevaluated how these facilities could be reorganized. And one of the main changes was there was no employee housing back here. It was eliminated. There's an 8-foot privacy wall back here. The parking structures would include minimum 42-inch tall solid walls to prevent headlight spill. There will be landscaping back here all along this. And then other things, importantly, is that the circulation, on-site circulation for the delivery vehicles was altered so that they would not have to back up. And so they would enter the site here, they come around, they would come through here, and a basically movable loading dock would come out to that vehicle where the materials, the supplies would be unloaded and transported back and forth, whether that's being unloaded or loaded. You know, again, when we get to specific development plans and we actually have a site-specific noise analysis that looks specifically at the facilities that are being constructed at the time, other things that will come into play is, should those vehicles be electric vehicles? They emit less noise. My point being, there are a number of things that, through a site-specific noise analysis, as plan implementation occurs, will further define and refine how these things are implemented so that they achieve the mitigation standard to comply with the county noise ordinance, which has a average hourly sound level limitation, 55 decibels during the day, 45 decibels at night. And that may include restrictions on hours that those shipping and receiving facilities operate. That would be one of the most logical ways to address a noise issue, is how that facility is operated, but also includes the physical improvements and how they're operated and what kind of other accessory improvements work with those.
You're still breaking the noise ordinance. Even with those mitigation measures, you admitted in your own report.
Well, no,
Okay, well,
okay.
thank you. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Mickey, you have any questions?
Yeah, maybe for this
Your mic, I think, is off. Is it off? Or?
I can talk loud. Yeah. On the EIR, as I understand it, several of the questions have come up that it's an all or nothing kind of a proposition. And I'm just wondering, did the EIR ever take into account perhaps let's say 50% is one side, 100% is the other? Did they ever take a 75%? Or was that eliminated immediately? Or?
So Sean went through the alternatives that we selected for further analysis, and as you indicate, Commissioner Gray, there were two variations of a 50% alternative. One that is closer to what you described is the wetlands, the historic resources and wetlands preservation alternative. That would have retained the Olympic Valley Lodge as well as the Far East Center buildings, and not done as extensive of restoration of the Olympic Channel, which is the side channel that feeds into Squaw Creek. And in making those adjustments, off the top of my head, there's approximately, I believe, Travis, do you recall the number, about 220 bedrooms of development, or was it?
Yeah, about 248.
Thank you, whoever found that. So
Because that was the 50%? One of the 50%
no,
alternatives?
that would be approximately, as you suggested, about 3/4 or a little bit more, probably about 80%.
No, 1,400 rooms, 75% of 1,400 rooms, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and that's ultimately by virtue of...
75% of 1,400 is how much?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Give me a second here.
Because I'm asking you, Alex.
Hey, I've got an answer too. 1,119.75.
Okay,
let's call it 1,100.
Right, so no alternative was in the 1,200 or 1,100?
It was actually, and that was the one that I just described.
Included in the EIR?
It was more like, did I hear 1,248? 1,247. So
that was
about
included
80%.
EIR, that was in the EIR?
That was in the EIR. That's in Chapter 17.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know, that was eliminated?
It was.
Because I only saw the the 50% or the 100%. I didn't notice the 1,200 room as
Yep.
being.
It is in there.
Okay. And if we were to suggest that it be revisited, would that be within our purveyance? Council? Yes?
Yes, I mean, when you get to your first recommendation is about the EIR. If you want to consider one of the alternatives, we will craft the motion accordingly.
Is that it? Any questions on this? Any more questions? No, just a question. You have a question or a comment?
I have a question.
Oh, question. 'Cause you're
Alex,
question first.
part of the package is they're forming a group that's going to manage the funds that are going to be collected on the real estate sales fee or whatever it's called, on the unit sales as they're sold.
The transfer fee.
Transfer fee. It wouldn't hurt my feelings at all if that money was allowed to be used, for example, for the waterborne transit on Lake Tahoe. Is that going to be feasible or infeasible?
No, if you mean it would be money that would come to the county, under the state law, that's not possible. That's why this is actually proposed as a private transfer fee.
Okay, but they wouldn't be eligible to apply to this committee for any of that funding?
Well, if you're asking whether behind the scenes, in order to meet their obligations under a development agreement to pay the county, whether they could apply those, I suppose so. I think what I'm telling you is that we couldn't have, in fact, we rejected a direct link of transfer fee as a method of paying for the obligations in both the D8 and all the various fee programs.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Wayne has, I think we're done with questions.
I don't have a question. I just have just a quick comment. I've waded through all of this stuff for the last 3 weeks. I just feel like I've gotten overloaded with reading all of the EIR and all of the comment letters, and I've never been so overwhelmed by all the information that's been sort of dumped on us over the last few weeks. And I'm sure I speak for all the commission members that we have tried to wade through this as best we can to try to make the best sound decision that we can. This is not an easy one. I mean, I think we can see the issues on both sides of this. This is, and I have to say that I myself feel very conflicted because I understand where Squaw Valley is coming from. I mean, they're in a very changing industry, and they need to evolve to be relevant in a very highly competitive outdoor entertainment industry. But we have a real challenge that already exists, not something that Squaw Valley is creating, but what already exists, and to me, public safety is a big issue to me. I mean, you've heard this from me previously. And a key component to public safety is access or traffic abilities. And this area, 89, has got tremendous challenges to it. And what I did hear from this, and I don't think Squaw is necessarily the the one that's perpetrating this on the community so much is that it's already here. And that I heard too much significant and unavoidable as it relates to the traffic issues. And I heard somebody say that the community really needs to step up and find solutions to this and not necessarily look at it as just widening the road. There's got to be other creative ways of addressing this issue, and I think SQUA is trying to do some of those things. But my concern is that we need to see them happening now because the issues are there. And we heard from a couple of doctors earlier, and I think of the Hippocratic Oath, and it says to first do no harm. I'm afraid we're doing some harm. We're already doing harm, and are we going to add to that? So that's why I say I'm really conflicted on this because I understand your side, but I understand the community's concern too. So it's a weighty issue. So, all right, that's my soapbox. Thank you.
I echo what Wayne just said, and I've already mentioned I live in Roseville, appointed by District 1 Supervisor Jack Duran. But I have tried to plow through the material actually not just the last 3 weeks. We've had the draft DIR, 3 or 4 months ago, and all the comments. But I did make an effort to get out to Squaw Valley a couple of times. And the most recent time, about 3 weeks ago, I came up and I met with Andy Worth for about 2.5 hours and learned a lot more than I brought my wife, who's on the city council, so it was my assistant. So we made kind of a day out of it, but that was another eye-opener as far as more information. And then just yesterday, it was the last opportunity I had. I met with Isaac Silverton, Equal Time. He found out he lived in Grass Valley, Nevada City, and I'm in Roseville, so we met in Auburn at the Auburn office. So that was an opportunity to plow through these issues in a quieter setting. So I have tried, and I understand both sides of the story. Just a couple of things, though. I think this is a couple of comments I heard. Squaw Valley, when I first went up there probably a year ago and saw the asphalt, it was something frozen in time. I'm not a skier. I don't come up when it snows. I can admit that. I've camped when our kids were smaller around Lake Tahoe at the state park, so I do appreciate the beauty of Lake Tahoe, not so much because I haven't spent much time in Squaw Valley, but when I do go there, I understand the beauty. I have been up with the gondola one time during the summer. So this frozen in time comment that other people have made kind of stuck with me because it is kind of just frozen there, and what are we going to do about it? So when I saw this project starting to go through the system, I looked upon it as a redevelopment project somewhat, rather than, we referred to the Martis Valley project as something cutting out some new trees and plowing in new roads. This has already been done. Now, what's the best way to redevelop it? And I think that's what we're trying to look at. But the traffic is one of the major concerns. But like Wayne says, who caused it? Who's going to fix it? That's the issue that we're facing. Any additional comments from commission members or?
Well, I know, for me anyway, I see a couple of things that need to be, considered at least. One, obviously, is the MAC recommendation. They've been looking at this as probably longer than we have. Also, looking at the MAC recommendation to, as one of the things that we're.
It's not on, maybe.
It's on.
Maybe it went dead.
I could yell. Okay, is that better? Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes, no? Anyway, so I'll talk loud if I can.
Use this one here.
That's on. Well, just for the rest of you, just where I'm coming from is that obviously we have to look at the MAC recommendation. I think also the letter from the Attorney General also brings into question some of the EIR, and I think probably we need to discuss the EIR acceptance before we go into the specific plan for, height limits and whether the propane vault is going to affect water discharge or any of that kind of thing. So So I would think we should discuss the EIR amongst ourselves first.
Well, I'd like to make
Or-
I'd like to make a comment on that EIR. It was mentioned, you know, that we just received that letter from the Attorney General a couple of days ago, but I plowed through it, read it, don't understand it all, but I did read it all, and I think the other commission members have read it too. So we're familiar with that letter, but I think I'd like to ask maybe staff, because the letter points out something different than what we've heard before.
Or, we heard, yeah.
No.
No, we're not.
No, we consulted with with Ascent a little while ago. We had a chance to review it. The comments raised in there are comments that have been raised in other letters. We didn't see anything that concerned us that would fail to allow us to go forward today
Okay.
with your
Thank you.
recommendations.
Okay, just wanted to hear that comment. If you want to try one.
Mr. Chairman, if you're up for a motion, I would make a motion that we certify the village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan Final Environmental Impact Report and errata prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and adopt the mitigated monitoring reporting program supported by, incorporating by reference in its entirety, the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, attachment 8, and the following statements.
I second it.
And you can simply refer to the statements in your staff report.
Refer to the statement as included in the staff report.
A second. You already. Oh, you did. You already. I'm sorry.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
There's motion and second that the EIR be approved with the recommendation in the staff report. A roll call.
Mr. Acree is absent. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Riccucci?
Yes. Motion carries 4-2. Okay, let's go into the specifics now.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I got another motion, if you're ready.
Yeah, ready, I guess.
I would make a motion that we adopt a resolution to approve the Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan and the errata supported by the following findings as included in the staff reports, items A and B.
And just for the record, to clarify, these are all recommendations to the board.
Correct.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Roll call.
I'm sorry, who seconded it?
Mr. Severson.
Larry.
Acree is absent. Mr. Sevison? Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Riccucci?
Yes. Motion carried. Go ahead.
Another one here, if you would, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we, recommend to the Board of Supervisors to adopt an ordinance to approve the Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan Development Standards and Design Guidelines and the errata incorporating the findings set forth in Section 2.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Been moved and second. Roll call.
Mr. Acree is absent. Sorry, finding me waiting. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Riccucci?
Yes.
So if we're on a roll here, Mr. Chairman, if you're open, I will make another motion that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they adopt a resolution to amend the Squaw Valley General Plan and Land Use Ordinance as follows and supported by the findings set forth in subsection C. Read these?
Yes, if you could read A and
Okay.
B, please.
A would be to amend the land use diagram to incorporate the VSP land use designation. And B, amend the Squaw Valley General Plan to add the following goal and policies. as
You can
contained
simply,
as contained in the report.
Read the number, simply read
Oh.
the numbers into the record.
The goal is, VIE 7.
And that would also be policies.
Oh, then policies VIE 7.1 and 7.2. And I guess also item C here.
And that would be based on the findings set forth in the staff report?
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Curry's absent. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Rikuchi?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, I'd make a motion that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they adopt an ordinance to rezone the Squaw Valley specific plan area from high-density residential 10 bedrooms per acre, high-density residential 20 bedrooms per acre, and high-density residential 25 bedrooms per acre. Village commercial, entrance commercial, heavy commercial, forest recreation, conservation preserve, to SPL-VS VSP, the specific planned village at Squaw Valley.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded, roll call?
Mr. Curry's absent. Mr. Sevison? Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Rikuchi?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they approve the VSP large lot vesting tentative subdivision map supported by the following findings as included in the report.
Your second?
Second.
Moved and seconded, roll call?
Mr. Curry's absent. Mr. Sevison? Mr. Sevison?
Oh, I said yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Rikuchi?
Yes.
And to the planning commissioners, you have on your desk an errata sheet. If you could now refer to that for the following two motions. There is the last one that has been added by the errata sheet involves the water supply, but it might be easier for you to follow on this page at this point.
Okay, and this is in relation to item 7.
Yes, number 7 would be your next one.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to adopt an ordinance approving the development agreement by and between the County of Placer and Squaw Valley Real Estate LLC, Squaw Valley Resort LLC, and Polson Commercial Properties LP relative to the Village at Squaw Valley specific plan supported by the following findings as contained in the errata sheet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded, roll call?
Mr. Curry's absent. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Yeah, you already know.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Sorry. Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Oh, I am out
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr.
of
Nader?
order. Mr. Nader, no. Mr. Rikuchi?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors to adopt a resolution to approve the water supply assessment in accordance with the following findings as contained in the errata sheet.
Where are we at?
Second.
Moved and seconded, roll call?
Mr. Curry is absent. Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
No.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Rikuchi?
Yes. Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, could you mention for the record that this is going up to the board with recommendations, therefore there are no appeal rights?
There's no appeal rights, but it'll be there automatically, and then from about 2 to 3 months is normal time frame. Thank you all for attending. And the meeting's adjourned.
transportation system, and especially on the fire side. Chief Banson, I think, is going to touch a little more on this. There's triggers in place, and what's challenging is talking about it here. There's so many different variables that could come up. It's really hard to say, okay, if X happens, then we're going to do A, B, C, and D. But you know, they're thinking about that. They have that within that thought process going forward, so that the preparation, I think, is pretty good. So the bottom line is, you know, an evacuation, it's going to get done. I'm not saying it's going to get done absolutely perfectly with no, you know, little hiccups, but bottom line, I think it's going to get done. So specifically for this area, it's already touched upon with the high threat area with the fires. Again, the chiefs are very knowledgeable. They know what's going on in this area about when to evacuate and how to fight the fire. In terms of actually running the evacuation and how that gets executed, and I think Chief Banson and Lieutenant Lockhart will talk about this a little bit more, but it's a combined effort between law, actually executing, managing the evacuation, and then in this case with the fire, you know, the fire responders are gonna be saying, okay, it's time to pull this trigger and start this level of evacuation, whether that's a mandatory level or an advisory level or what have you. So, and Caltrans is there to assist, as well as CHP, and just so that everybody is clear, California Highway Patrol, they have actual jurisdictional authority on the California highways, but it's essentially a team effort is what I'm trying to get to. In terms of what the public can do, I really take every potential opportunity I can to be ready. Have your go bag packed with water, a little bit of food, be ready to go. A family plan, important papers. These are all things that, you know, across the western slope and the entire county of Placer, I always emphasize when I get a chance, if you have pets, have a pet plan in place and ready to go. And the last thing I wanted to talk about in terms of emergency notifications is we do have a Placer Alert system. We call it Everbridge, but it's also called Placer Alert. If you do nothing, if you live in Placer County and you do absolutely nothing and a big incident kicks off, and I don't want to get into the technical details, but if dispatch draws a circle around a specific area where we want everybody to evacuate, and you have a landline, and you're in that polygon or circle or whatever shape it happens to be, you're going to get a phone call on your landline. But if you take the time to register, and it's www.placer-alert.org, I'll say that a couple more times before I'm finished. I'm almost done. If you register online, you determine, you can tailor how you want to be notified, whether by text, cell phone, email, whatever. You can put in there, and you can put in addresses, whether it's your kid's school, your work, your home, you know, wherever it happens to be. And if you don't live in the area, and that circle, if that circle gets drawn around where you put those, where you wanted to be notified, you're going to get notified no matter where you are. So it's a good system. I also encourage Nixle as well. So, and again, that website is www.placer-alert.org. So that's essentially it for me, I think.
Next, we have Fire Chief Banson of the Squaw Valley Fire Department.
Morning, gentlemen. Pete Banson, Squaw Valley Fire. I think John gave a really good overview of an evacuation plan. Basically, an evacuation plan includes the resources that are available to evacuate an area, shelters where people can go, routes that they can get there, the people that are available, the hardware that's available to affect the evacuation. So my job is to discuss a little bit more the circumstances under which an evacuation would be utilized, and then Lieutenant Lockhart's going to follow up with a little bit more of the operational overview of how that would get done. I want to say first of all that within the Truckee-Tahoe area, the coordination, the cooperation, that the functional integration of the fire departments in this area is really pretty extraordinary. It's not something that we see in a lot of other places. Basically, there are a number of reasonably small fire departments in this area, but we all operate like one big organization. We move resources and people and tools around to support one another based on the demand at any given time. So there might be an Incline Village fire engine crossing the state line to assist North Tahoe Fire with a situation in Kings Beach. A North Tahoe medic unit might be transporting somebody with a medical issue out of my jurisdiction, and a Truckee engine might be covering Squaw Valley while we're assisting North Tahoe. So the functional ability to move assets, move resources, move people at any given time to address an issue or issues, or just to provide coverage behind those people that are currently addressing an emergency is really an unusual thing, and it's something that we do extremely well in this area. In contemplating the evacuation plan for this project, we're really looking hardest, I think, although Alex touched on the kind of all-risk nature of the evacuation plan, addressing the risk of fire, addressing avalanche, addressing a seismic event of some sort. Really the thing that people focus on the most is wildland fire, because wildland fire is kind of the single most frequent and problematic event for us within California. California is an area that's just built to burn, and the Tahoe area is no different than that. We've had pretty good luck in the Tahoe area lately. A few years ago, we had a pretty significant fire in South Lake Tahoe, the Angora fire. We had a fire on the West Shore, the Washoe fire that destroyed a number of homes. But for the most part, we've been able to keep wildland fires and their encroachment into a developed area in this region pretty small. That's not to say that we don't need to develop evacuation plans and don't need to have a really robust capability to address the threat of wildland fire. But I think the plans that are developed by the county, the East Side Plan, the plan that we've developed for our community, which has been out for a number of years, and the plan that was developed for this project, all work pretty well together to provide public safety and provide our ability to evacuate. Squaw Valley is pretty favorable in terms of fuels and topography as the unlikely host event for a large wildland fire. The ridge that stretches from, and it's too bad we don't have the graphic up, but there's a ridge that stretches from Red Dog around to Granite Chief. And within that area, between the ridge around the valley and the valley floor, the developed area, the fuels are pretty discontinuous. There are large areas above timberline that are basically open rock. There are a lot of ski runs that are relatively low grassy vegetation that give us an opportunity to interrupt a fire's project or progress and try to control it before it reaches the developed area. Within the developed area, surrounding the developed area in the floor of the valley for the most part, there's a significant amount of clearance between the forested area, the heaviest fuel loads, and the areas that are developed with commercial buildings. Within the single-family dwelling subdivisions, that clearance is significantly less, but they have a different exposure, and they're not part of what's being considered today. So because of that, my feeling is that a mass evacuation in Squaw Valley is a very, very, very unlikely event. It's much more likely that we would have smaller targeted evacuations of specific portions of a subdivision because of the slope, the fuel loading, the density of structures, and the proximity of structures to the fuel. The wind plays into that. The prevailing southwest wind is actually pretty favorable for a fire encroaching into Squaw Valley from the Granite Chief Wilderness to the west. And because of the slope and that prevailing wind, the developed area in terms of a mass evacuation is a pretty unlikely thing. Sheltering in place is going to be a much more likely scenario in Squaw Valley, or a blend of evacuating parts of the residential subdivisions and sheltering in place in the larger commercial core of the valley. And the other thing that does is that takes some of the loading of departing residents or guests off of the road network and allows us to bring emergency responders in. What happens in an evacuation a lot of times is there's a basic denial of risk on the part of the people in the area affected. They don't really want to believe that the fire is going to get there. They don't think it's going to be that bad when it does. And then when the fire does arrive, there tends to be a panic response and everybody tries to leave at once. And that clogs up the roadways. It's very inefficient in terms of moving vehicles down the roadways, and it prevents the emergency responders from getting in to try to address the situation. So sheltering in place is a very, very favorable way of approaching the situation in Squaw Valley, in our opinion. And the key to doing that is communicating well the nature of the threat, the severity of the threat to the people in the affected area. There are a lot of ways in which we do that. John touched on the Placer Alert Everbridge system. Squaw Valley Fire has been very successful using a product called Nixle, which is a geographically driven product that sends text messages to cell phones. And in the future, before this project is ever complete, probably before it's even started, there will be other technologies that we'll be able to use to communicate the nature of the threat, the severity of the threat, and our suggested course of action to the people in the affected area. So to kind of sum up, I think the evacuation and emergency preparedness plan that's been developed for the project is very good. I think it's very appropriate. We're in a very favorable situation in Squaw Valley. No thanks to me. I mean, really thanks to nature and the configuration of the mountains and the prevailing wind and the evacuation plan that we have to work with works well with the plan that we've already developed at Squaw Valley Fire, the plan that the Placer Office of Emergency Services has developed for the east side of the county. And in general, I think it's safe to say that we're confident of our ability to effectively communicate the nature of the threat, and we think we'll be even more capable of doing that in the future and to direct people to respond in an appropriate and timely manner. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jason Lockhart, Placer County Sheriff's Office.
Good morning, everyone. Lieutenant Lockhart with the Placer County Sheriff's Office. I'm going to adjust the slide here real quick. I'm going to kind of piggyback on what John and Pete already went over. I'm just going to go into a little more detail on evacuations. Reason being, it pretty much falls on the Sheriff's Office and the surrounding law enforcement agencies to make sure that you are evacuated from the affected area to a safe location. So I'm going to give you a brief background on evacuations, and we'll go into more detail. We're going to cover the different types of evacuations, the different types, levels of road closures, how we determine what area is going to be evacuated, and then the methods that we're going to use to notify you that your affected residents' community needs to be evacuated. We're also going to cover a few of the evacuation routes that we have identified to get you out of not only the Squaw Valley area, but the Tahoe Basin. And then finally, we're going to cover some of the possible impacts, pros and cons, should Squaw Valley be impacted directly. So there are two types of evacuation orders. There are mandatory, or voluntary and mandatory. Voluntary simply means that there is, we'll use wildfire as an example, there's a wildfire in the area, but your community, your homes are not in immediate danger. However, don't take that lightly. We really recommend that you use that time to prepare and leave the area to make it easier for us to get people out should conditions change. The second would be mandatory. That basically means that you are in immediate danger. The danger is imminent for your community, for your home, and you need to be prepared, pack, and leave immediately. Now, when we do these evacuations, because of the chaos, which was mentioned before, and issues with traffic and maintaining control, we have to close roads. So there's 4 levels of road closures that you'll see there, 1 being the least restrictive, 4 being the most restrictive. And I'm going to kind of explain it to you so you have kind of a solid understanding. Level 1 road closure basically means the roads are closed to all public except for residents. Residents will be allowed to enter into their home and their community to pack their belongings and make arrangements to leave. Now, should that change to a level 2, the road is closed to all public except for non-essential emergency vehicles. Level 3, it's closed to everyone except for law enforcement and fire. Level 4 is the worst case scenario. Basically, the roads are closed and blocked off and shut down. No one's able to come in because it's deemed completely unsafe. Now, we don't take it lightly when we're going to announce to several hundred, if not thousand people they need to evacuate. So first, we meet with fire personnel at the command post. It's a unified command. We discuss the dangers, the issues, the concerns. The fire department or the experts, they're going to let us know, hey, where the fire is located, what direction it's burning, and they're going to also take into account wind conditions. When we get that information, then we use that intel to decide what area needs to be evacuated and if it's going to be voluntary or mandatory. We also utilize several methods to give you that information, and they touched on it before with Placer Alert. We also use news media, social media, loudspeakers. And when we say loudspeakers, that's basically our PA system. Deputies will be going through your residential areas, announcing on the loudspeaker, letting you know that this area needs to be evacuated. That'll also be followed up with door-to-door. We'll be knocking on your door, doing our best to make personal contact with you, giving you all the information that you need, letting you know where you need to go. And the next slide. Now we're also going to cover evacuation routes. I have this up here. It's very simplified because time and space was an issue. But as you know, there's very few roadways, highways out of Tahoe and, of course, Squaw Valley, 267, 28, and 89. Now, as far as Squaw Valley impacts are concerned, there's a few pros and cons. The challenge is that Squaw Valley, of course, as you know, only has one roadway out of the area. There's a pro and con to that. The fact that it only has one roadway in and out, it makes it easier for us actually to do evacuations in a uniform manner because we can control traffic, see everybody either coming at us or coming through the road closure. We're able to easily document what residences have been evacuated, which ones haven't. That is the pro. The con, of course, is that traffic congestion. Now, there's several side streets, residential streets. All of those streets have to merge onto Squaw Valley Road to exit to 89. That's a concern. However, we've thought about it, and there are a couple of things that we can do to kind of alleviate that traffic congestion. One of which is possibly, and of course it would depend on where the fire is located or where the threat's located at the time, but we can start our evacuations with all the structures and all the residents that are closest to the exit point, which would be 89. So essentially, we clear those houses first, try our best to evacuate them first. That keeps traffic flowing. If we were to go deeper into Squaw Valley and start from the reverse, people would be trying to exit from the very beginning, closest to the exit point, in the middle, and in the back of the Squaw Valley area, and it could cause a bottleneck effect. So that would be one way to do it, is to start evacuations to the closest exit. The other option, and of course, CHP would assist us with this, and it would kind of be up to them because they're going to be controlling the traffic flow. But another option is to basically, Squaw Valley has several lanes. It's been discussed before. Sometimes 3-4 lanes in Squaw Valley, in the Squaw Valley area, and then it goes to maybe 2 or 3 lanes. So essentially what we can do is ignore those lanes. You keep one area open for emergency vehicles to come in. You shut and block all incoming traffic. So basically we will use the whole roadway as an exit lane. So essentially you'll create a one-way traffic out of the area, out of the danger zone. So essentially you can increase the amount of vehicles on the road leaving 100, 200, 300%. You would have to do the same thing, of course, on 89, because in most cases, we would divert traffic out 89 north to 80 and out of the area. So again, you would shut down 89, prevent all incoming traffic, utilize that entire roadway as an exit point one way. Again, you're going to increase the amount of cars that could be exiting at one time, 200, 300%. Now, I know everybody has concerns about this, but in closing, I just basically want to say that we will get the resources to get this done. The evacuations will happen. It's not only the Placer County Sheriff's Office. You have several law enforcement agencies in this region that will be here to help, along with the fire department. So I just want to tell everybody here that I know that you're concerned. You can, as John said, it's up to you to be prepared. You want to have a plan for yourselves, your family, and your animals to make sure it's a smooth process to evacuate yourself to safety. But rest assured, the Sheriff's Office and all the agencies involved will do our best and then make sure that you leave safely to a safe area. We won't leave our post. We'll be with you the entire way. So just know that we will not leave until the job is done. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Lockhart. Next speaker is Dave Hunt, District Engineer with the Squaw Valley Public Services District, and Dave will be presenting on the water supply assessment.
Thank you, Alex. Commissioners, my name is Dave Hunt. I'm the District Engineer for the Squaw Valley Public Service District to talk about the water supply assessment prepared for the project. Purpose of a water supply assessment is to document existing and future water demands, compare them to available water supply, and assess sufficiency of supply. This project here, as required by Senate Bill 610 in the California Water Code, is subject to a water supply assessment for a number of reasons. One is it is subject to CEQA. It proposes 500 or more units, and it proposes a water demand that is more than 10% greater than the existing water demand. The roles and responsibilities, the Placer County is the lead agency for this water supply assessment. Squaw Valley Public Service District was identified as the likely water supplier for the project. We are not by definition, a water supply by the Water Code definition, just based on our size, but the Placer County did request that the district prepare the water supply assessment. The water supply assessment was prepared or managed by Far West Engineering. And just to let you know, I've been the district engineer for Squaw Valley PSD since 2000, but as a consultant. In February of this year, I came on board, and I'm now the district engineer on staff for the Squaw Valley PSD. So I managed this project while at Far West for the district and created a team of professionals to prepare the technical document. And that included hydrogeologists from Hydrometrics Water Resources, Inc., Derek Williams, and also Chad Taylor with Todd Groundwater. The board also desired to hire a third-party reviewer to review the technical documentation, and that was Interflow Hydrology, and they provided third-party review of our document. The WSA has been prepared, it includes two versions. The first was prepared in July of 2014. And then after careful consideration, the document was updated in July 2015 to account for updating the model with data through January 2015 and capture drought year data. The Water Supply Assessment Organization, it includes an assessment of water demands, discussion of water supply, technical assessment of sufficiency of supply, and comparison of supply versus demand. The water demands for the project, the WSA is required to address existing water demands, project water demands, as well as reasonably foreseeable non-project demands over a 20-year period. This WSA estimates future water demands covering a 25-year period through the year 2040. The existing water demands are assessed for four main groundwater pumpers in the valley. That includes the Squaw Valley Public Service District, the Squaw Valley Mutual Water Company, the resort at Squaw Creek, and the Squaw Valley Resort, the latter two mostly for irrigation and snowmaking. Demands are generally based on historical demands from the year 2000 through 2014 production data, and the existing demands based on that are about 871 acre-feet annually. The project demands were estimated by McKay and Soms based on the proposed level of development and the district's approved water demand factors. And the project demands under this analysis amount to about 240 acre-feet annually. And finally, non-project water demands were estimated based on reasonably foreseeable growth projections that were provided to us by the county, and we applied our water demand factors to come up with a non-project water demand of approximately 143 acre-feet over this 25-year period. This graph here basically compares the current average annual demand to the average annual demand at 2040. The district would share their existing demands as well as the project and other non-project demands, and the resort at Squaw Creek and SVR would continue, their demands would continue to be for irrigation and snowmaking demands. So we have an existing demand of about 870 or so acre feet from the groundwater pumpers, and with the project and the non-project foreseeable development over the 25-year period, that creates a demand of about 1,254 acre feet annually. So that's an increase of about 383 acre feet over our current demands. This slide here is meant to briefly compare the original 2014 water demands with what we found to be in the 2015 update. And 1,254, as I just mentioned, are estimated demands, 2040 demands for the 2015 water supply assessment, and in the 2014 work, it was about 50 acre feet less at 1,205. And the demand increase is primarily a function of increased occupancy projections, which played a part in estimating our demands in the 2015 version, as well as increased estimated snowmaking demand projections. The water supply in Squaw Valley, there's two sources of water supply. One is our Olympic Valley groundwater basin, which is on the valley floor, and the other is the fractured bedrock on the mountains surrounding the valley. The Olympic Valley groundwater basin is our majority source. It is an alluvial aquifer on the Olympic Valley floor. The more productive and better water quality is in the western portion of the valley, and that's where we pump most of our domestic water. Recharged primarily from precipitation and snow melt on or near the valley floor. It's a very dynamic and small basin. It fills up very quickly when recharge is available, and it essentially fills up to its peak about every year. The fractured bedrock groundwater are the horizontal wells. The Squaw Valley Mutual Water Company has two horizontal wells up on the north flank of Squaw Valley, and then the Squaw Valley PSD has a horizontal well on the south flank, and those provide a smaller but continuous supply from the fractured bedrock. As I'd mentioned, there's 4 major groundwater pumpers in the basin: the district, the Squaw Valley Mutual Water Company, Resort at Squaw Creek, and the Squaw Valley Resort. This slide here is meant to show the existing wells. And these wells here are the Resort at Squaw Creek wells, and they're essentially for irrigation right now, irrigation and snowmaking. We have our horizontal wells up on the south flank. Mutual has horizontal wells up on the north flank. The green dots are the Squaw Valley PSD production wells. The 2 yellow dots are the Squaw Valley Mutual Water Company production wells. And then these wells over here are the Squaw Valley Resort snowmaking wells. Is there adequate supply to meet existing and planned future demands? That's the purpose of the WSA. And we assess that under a number of conditions: under normal water conditions, single dry year, and multiple dry year events. The sufficiency of supply is assessed using the Olympic Valley groundwater model. This model was originally developed in 2001 and covers a period from May 1992 through January 2015. It has undergone numerous updates to keep the model current with water demand and climate data, and to increase its reliability. This model has been used in hundreds of thousands of dollars of groundwater studies in our small Olympic Valley, and our level of confidence with this model, using it as a tool for projects like this, is very high. Sufficiency of supply assumptions. I wanted to highlight here that the single driest and multiple dry years, we updated in 2015, we updated the model to include our current drought, thinking that those may, as severe as that drought was, they may have affected the single dry and multiple dry year scenarios. Turns out that based on water year and valley floor precipitation, the single driest year was noted as 2001, and the multiple dry year scenario 2000 through 2002. This graphic here shows the sufficiency of supply analysis and the wells that were modeled as part of that. We talked about our existing wells that are scattered throughout the valley and in the western area here. And then the water supply assessment also modeled 9 additional wells to serve project and non-project growth. And the sufficiency of supply, the model utilized pumping criteria for new wells based on historical groundwater levels, consistency with published documents and guidelines, and accounts for operational concerns. The pumping criteria, oh wow, I didn't do that. The pumping criteria for new wells is based on percent saturation in the aquifer, and in this case here, 65% of the highest water level, as presented in the report. And so based on that criteria and looking at the new well field, this graph here basically shows that on average over the model period 92 through 2015, under the well field configuration that was modeled, that criteria is met on, throughout that time period. And furthermore, there wasn't any of our wells that individually that dropped below that 65% saturation level. And so this, as it's run over the long model period, it takes into account, like I said, the single dry year periods and the multiple dry year periods to allow us to conclude that the sufficiency of supply is there to meet our existing project and non-project water demands. Just real briefly, the independent third-party review was by Interflow Hydrology. They were tasked to review background information, review draft WSA document and supporting evaluations, assess if the WSA met professional standard of care, industry standards and requirements of SB 610, and was the conclusion reasonable, defensible, and objectively derived. So we had quite a team of scientists on this WSA project that produced a document that we're very confident with. And that's all I have.
So it's sufficient? That's what you said?
Yes.
Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you, Dave. Next, we have Michelle Kingsbury with the County CEO's Office to present the development agreement.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, Michelle Kingsbury with Principal Management Analyst with the County Executive Office. And I'll briefly go through some key provisions and highlights of the development agreement, which a full copy of that is included in your commission package. I think it's as attachment I for reference. As you're aware, a development agreement is governed largely by the what we call the Development Agreement Statute, which is California Government Code Section 65864. We also have provisions within our Placer County Code as well as zoning ordinance, which pertain to development agreements. The purpose of development agreements, as noted in this slide, is really to strengthen the public planning process. It encourages private participation and the comprehensive planning of projects of this scale or larger projects that reduce economic risk of the development, as well as establish certain development rights or vesting rights with the property over the term of the development agreements. What I'll go through right now is a few key slides, certainly not every aspect of the development agreement. It's a lengthy document, which is a lot of administrative and technical language which is included in it. The real bulk or meat that a lot of folks are interested in is in Section 3 of the development agreement, which goes through a lot of the requirements. Development agreements are not meant to supersede nor supplant any of the conditions or requirements noted in the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program, but essentially they further refine or highlight certain conditions, spell out when certain payments are to be made, as well as define what we call public benefits, or those things that are above and beyond what otherwise is required of the project, and that the developer is willing to pay, et cetera. And I'll go into a few of those key things. One of the key components of the development agreement is the term. Consistent with other prior approvals of amended development agreements that we've recently done over the past few years, the term is 20 years. There are two options for additional 5-year each renewal periods. And again, this is consistent with what we've looked at in other development agreements recently over the past several years. I catch up on my paperwork here, bear with me. Sure. One of the first sections to highlight, in addition to what Alex has mentioned regarding the park and trail requirements that will be provided with this project, is what we call the park and trail fee. This is a fee, it's approximately $3,200. It'll be per each rental and non-rental unit, permanent housing unit. The total fee amount, if we just took an average across all the units, about $2.7 million. This fee will be adjusted annually based upon a CPI index. The key attribute for this fee program is that it is also assessed against rental units, i.e. hotel units. That portion is considered above and beyond. To the best of my knowledge, no other projects with those types of units pay park fees. And so that is an attribute or component that we would consider of an additional public benefit that is recognized within the development agreement. As Alex mentioned, one of the key elements of the project is the restoration of Squaw Creek. And the development agreement memorializes those discrete phases and timing for completion of that restoration project. As noted in the second and third bullet point here, the improvements are scheduled to be completed, beginning with the final map that creates the 150th bedroom, and completed by the time we record the final map that creates the 600th bedroom. And noted within the development agreement, we do define both unit and bedroom, which is specific to this type of project. Typically, we look by a residential unit, but because this has the rental or hotel component, we've created some definitions that will translate throughout the development agreement. The developer has agreed to provide another above and beyond, which is what we call a regional housing, or excuse me, a regional initiative fund. The developer will pay $800,000 in two discrete payments, beginning at the final map that creates the 350th and 600th bedroom, respectively. There'll be two payments. This fund is meant to be utilized as an above and beyond to benefit the Olympic Valley area for projects that may include both environmental enhancement or public safety type projects. No specific projects are identified for this fund, but again, it is an above and beyond that the county can utilize to support these types of initiatives. In terms of employee housing, which is a critical element of the plan, as Alex mentioned, the east parcel will largely house the employees' housing obligations for this project. I do have a typo up in the first bullet point. It says Easter. That should be Eastern County, so please accept my apology for that. But the project, in terms to be in compliance with our housing policy, where 50% of the full-time equivalent employees are mitigated, the east parcel will house up to 300 beds or bedroom units to support that. The remaining portion or delta of that would be met by some form of what is allowed within our policy in terms of either an in-lieu fee, an off-site unit construction, land dedication, or et cetera, but that would be determined at a later date. In addition, the developer has agreed to another above and beyond to support the regional housing initiatives that are ongoing for this critical element, that they'll pay $500,000 to the county and two payments of $250,000 each, again, to support the regional housing initiatives that are ongoing for this area. In terms of transit, kind of piggybacking upon what Rich Moorhead had mentioned, there are two elements of transit that we consider above and beyond in support of this project, in addition to those that Rich has mentioned. The first element is in support of the plan that was approved by our Board of Supervisors on, I believe, April 19th, recently, up in here in Tahoe. For the Tahoe Truckee Area Region Transit System Plan. The project would be paying $97,500 annually Beginning at 90 days from execution, fully execution of this agreement, they would make their first payment toward this regional this regional transit plan that was approved by the board, and they will continue each year thereafter to make a payment toward that plan and support. In addition, they'll pay $85,000 as a one-time payment that will go toward capital improvement or capital equipment, things like that, that would be needed to support this plan that was adopted by our board. Lastly, in terms of from the transit perspective, the developers agreed annually to contribute no less than, so this will be a minimum contribution of $75,000 to ensure the provision of free TART fares for the specific plan employees, and this will begin in the 16-17 winter season. And again, this is a minimum amount and to provide for free TART fares to support the specific plan employees. With that, I'd like to conclude with noting as well that the project will pay in terms of its service side. We're looking at annexing them into Zone of Benefit 162 to support rec programming, as well as they'll be obligated to pay for their maintenance and trail maintenance costs. I think Alex touched upon one of the elements that's noted in the development agreement. They'll be obligated to annex in or establish a CSA for the transit services that Rich mentioned as well to cover their project level service costs. In addition to that, they'll be paying fees such as our traffic fee for the Tahoe Benefit region, our countywide capital facility fee, and other fees that would be applicable to this project. So with that, I know it was a very brief and quick overview of the development agreement. We're certainly available to answer any specific questions that you may have as well. Thank you. I'll turn that over to Alex now.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm going to conclude the county's part of the presentation. I'll also highlight when I do that that there are several responsible agency experts that are available, and I'll go through a listing at that time of persons that the commission may want to call on as resources. But before that, I just want to finish up the staff's part of the presentation. The Squaw Valley General Plan area is one of two communities within Placer County that establishes a Citizens Design Review Committee. And so this project, a couple of years into the process, once we had a little better handle on what the project development standards and design guidelines would be proposed as, we went and coordinated a series of hearings with that Citizens Design Review Committee. Those are publicly noticed hearings. And in total, staff visited and made presentations to the Design Review Committee a number of times. Also, at one point, the Design Review Committee, as we got along into the process, actually elected the chairperson to proceed with the remainder of the presentations to do the Design Review Committee's business. And in total, we visited the DRC about 13 times. And they deliberated on pretty much all aspects of the project design, including very important things about project layout. So that's buildings, open space areas, how those areas interact and relate to one another, pedestrian circulation, open space corridors, view protection, the architectural vernacular, or otherwise the standards that would apply to these buildings, so building colors, building materials, treatment of windows, doorways, landscape areas. And ultimately, at the conclusion of this process, we had the DRC took a series of discrete actions on its recommendations. You all have a report in your packet that was prepared by them. And all of the recommendations that the DRC made were ultimately agreed to by the applicant and incorporated into the development standards and design guidelines, with the exception of one. We'll get to that in a moment. But those things largely included smaller building footprints, buildings that would step back as they became taller, with limitations on how tall they could be before they would have to step back, moving the buildings further apart to create more open space and better pedestrian plazas, open up view corridors, and to overall improve the expression of the developed character of the project and integrate it into the existing setting as best as could be. One of the things that the developer was not ultimately able to agree to was that the DRC had recommended that the Mountain Adventure Camp facility be reduced from an overall maximum height of 108 feet to 84 feet. A substantial portion of the MAC building is reduced to 84 feet, and then the skier services building that's attached to the front of that is, I believe, 72 feet. But ultimately, the developer did reduce that building to no taller than 96 feet, and that's a portion that's at the southeast corner of the building, kind of towards the back. So if you were looking at it from Squaw Valley Road, it would be the furthest portion away from you. Staff also visited the Squaw Valley MAC many times throughout the course of this project, oftentimes just as a technical resource to have on hand for the MAC in the event that issues came up with the project that needed to be discussed. But staff also presented to the MAC a number of times without having to go and do all the research. I would hazard a guess at 6 to 8 times throughout the course of the project. And from those interactions with the MAC and with the developer, we received a lot of valuable feedback from the MAC and the community. There was a lot of incorporation of design issues into the project, such as reducing the project scale, eliminating some buildings. What I have here, these graphics, by the way, that I'll show you, this is from the, I believe it was the May 2013 specific plan. It's the illustrative concept plan. I know the folks in the back are going to have a very difficult time seeing it, but the short of it is, it's a much larger project. It had other buildings that were encroaching more closely onto existing developed land uses. The applicant ultimately in January 2014 came back with a smaller version of the project. That is basically the project that's here today. It has been refined quite a bit since that time. But a lot of the things that have been incorporated are, as you see, differences between these two projects. Maintenance of day skier surface parking. That would now be surface parking and structured parking, whereas it was all underground and podiums before. Incorporation of a comprehensive Squaw Creek restoration, public park and recreation improvements, employee housing commitments, and increases in open space into the project. On May 14th of this year, I and the applicant also made presentations to the Squaw Valley MAC as an action item. We did receive a number of public comments on the project at that time. Off the top of my head, I believe there were 19 opposed, 3 favorable, 22 altogether, and that was a combination of individuals and organizations. And the MAC ultimately concluded the public comment period, deliberated on a number of issues, most substantially traffic impacts, visual impacts, effects of noise, land use compatibility, natural resources, and peak overnight population. And the MAC ultimately took action to recommend on a 3-to-1 vote to deny the project, and that serious consideration be given to a project at 50% the scale of the proposed project. With that, keeping in mind that the county's overall analysis follows along some different standards that we look at, I do have a series of recommendations for the Planning Commission to make that is consistent with the analysis that was performed by the county staff on this project. And they are listed in order here, and just to make those recommendations clear, I will read them off. They are: number 1, to certify the village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan Final EIR and errata attached thereto, prepared pursuant to CEQA, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program, supported by and incorporating by reference in its entirety the findings of fact and statements of overriding consideration. It's quite a mouthful, but that's an important part of the process. Also, recommend that the board adopt a resolution to approve the Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan and the errata thereto, again included in your staff report. Adopt an ordinance to approve the Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan Development Standards and Design Guidelines and the errata thereto. Adopt a resolution to amend the Squaw Valley General Plan Land Use Diagram to incorporate the Village at Squaw Valley Specific Plan land use designations, including the addition of goal 6.E.7 and associated policies related to emergency preparedness planning. Adopt an ordinance for a tentative immediate rezone of the specific plan to the specific plan Village at Squaw Valley specific plan zoning designation, approve the Village at Squaw Valley specific plan large lot vesting tentative subdivision map, adopt an ordinance approving the development agreement by and between the county and the real property owners of interest that are listed on that slide. And lastly, to adopt a resolution to approve the July 22nd, 2015 water supply assessment. All of the recommendations based on the respective findings contained in the staff report are included therein, and that's the report that you have dated August 11th, 2016. Real quickly, I want to mention, we do have other agency experts in the room here today, and they are available to the commissioners. Should you all desire to call one or more of them up to continue any discussion of issues, I have Will Gardner. He is manager with the Department of Public Works and manages the transit, the county's transit work with our partner agencies. We also have Joe Flannery with the U.S. Forest Service. We have CAL FIRE Representative Ryan Wosner. I saw Captain Stonebreaker with the California Highway Patrol, and I think that's it.
Thank you, Alex. Is there questions for Alex at this time? Or no question at this time? Okay. Thank you, Alex.
And if you all, if I may, real quickly, if you all do call up any other agency representatives, I'll probably come up one more time if you would afford me the opportunity, and I'll introduce the applicant team for their presentation.
Okay. I'm going to ask the commission members here, though. Go ahead.
I'd like to hear from the Highway Patrol about the current conditions on 89 from Interstate 80 all the way to Tahoe City.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Captain Ryan Stonebreaker, California Highway Patrol. I'm the commander here, which encompasses Truckee, North Lake Tahoe, West Shore, and also the dispatch center for the entire region, including South Lake and Gold Run up and down Interstate 80. That's a very challenging question because I think we have a unique geography with not only the amount of tourists, which increase by the millions, hundreds of thousands to millions annually, but also the weather conditions, which can vary day to day, as we all know who live here. So it's a challenging thing. We have an abundance of congestion. And I have spoken to a number of groups just this week. I've spoken with the Squaw folks and Mr. Worth, and I've also spoken to Sierra Watch. And what's really interesting is we all have that same concern. We really do. And I'm committed to help in whatever way I can to kind of alleviate that congestion, whether this project or any other project continues on. But my concern, and as you've heard before, my concern is that we have a massive amount of development and growth, and how much can we sustain, how much can we have with the amount of roadway that we have available. Now, I'm speaking on behalf of the California Highway Patrol and not trying to make any political statements whatsoever. It's truly about public safety, emergency response, and being able to address issues, not just within Squaw, which is also within my jurisdiction, but Interstate 80 and North Lake Tahoe, which, you know, we have an unprecedented amount of people coming here, and we want to make it safe for the tourism, the visitors, and the local community as well. And that's really what our role is. And I know Mr. Worth has some innovative strategies, and I think I'm all willing to hear whatever people's strategies are, and always willing to work with people in whatever development to make things move efficiently. But I can tell you that it's not just 89. If I can't deal with Interstate 80, this whole community shuts down, right? So it's the amount of resources that we have collectively for the entire region. It's all connected, and even more so due to the weather that we have here in extreme weather conditions. We have a lot of resorts that are growing a lot, and a lot of developers that are trying to create new housing communities, and that's all great, and I think we all want that, but we also have to do what's appropriate for the community and the safety of everybody here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Let me see, I'd like to hear from Joe Flannery with the U.S. Forest Service, if you're still here.
Good morning.
Okay, well, yeah, basically the question I have, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Can you
Question I
hear me?
have is with regards to the on the mountain development that's going to go on with regards to trails and the proximity to Granite Chief Wilderness and the effect that, you know, the increase in use on the trail system might have on the wilderness values. And also I'm thinking in terms of development of the trailheads and maybe the timing of those in terms of the, you know, the coordination and the development work that needs to go on to improve the trails or whatever's going to happen.
Okay, I'll speak to the wilderness issue first. So I have been involved with some of the planning process. I wish I had more time. The Forest Service, it's no secret, we have short budget, short staffing levels right now. I would like to thank Andy Fisher over here. I think I saw him in the corner. He's pulled me in several times to this process, so thanks for dragging me in, Andy. I really wish I had more time. So we did look at the initial planning map. I think the applicant had originally planned a trail that went into the Granite Chief Wilderness and would connect some of the larger trail network in Squaw to the Granite Chief Wilderness. I, as a former wilderness manager, I didn't recommend that trail. They actually struck that from the plan. I think the Five Lakes area within the wilderness is already at visitor capacity. I think there would be a negative effect to wilderness character had that trail been proposed and constructed. That was struck from the plan. As far as additional impacts to the wilderness, I think this plan considers the Granite Chief Trail and the Pacific Crest Trail. I think on that side of the wilderness, I don't think there would be detrimental effects to the wilderness character with continued use in that area, and that is that kind of northwest corner of the wilderness, which doesn't get much use right now. As far as the trail program moving forward and how it interacts with this planning endeavor, I can say that we made 3 recommendations to the development agreement, and if all 3 are carried forward in the development agreement, I do see a better future for trails. The 3 recommendations that we made, number 1, was that any new trail that was proposed that will occur on National Forest System land, on public land, that the applicant would bear the full cost, not only of construction of the trail, but of planning and environmental analysis. So the engineering of the trail, the environmental analysis, NEPA, and the actual construction of that trail. I speak specifically to the proposed trail that would connect the Shirley Canyon proposed trail up to the Granite Chief Trail. That would be a new trail that would cross public land, National Forest System lands. And also right now, the Shirley Canyon Trail, and I use trail in quotation notes, in quotation marks there, that trail was never actually engineered nor analyzed for a trail in the portion that crosses National Forest System lands. Because of that, we get a lot of requests to have special events on that trail. They usually get denied because it's not a system trail. I don't get money from Congress to maintain that trail right now. So that trail itself, moving forward, I'd like to have, we made the recommendation that the applicant would bear the full cost of the analysis and construction of an actual trail through there. And then the third part of the plan, or recommendation, I should say, to the development agreement would be because people are going to be coming in here, there will be more use of these trails. We have trouble maintaining what we have now. We have deferred maintenance problems all over my district. We stretch dollars as far as we can. We take our allocated funds from Congress. We triple and quadruple them with partnerships in the Truckee area. But I think we would need some more funding. So the other recommendation I had was for the development agreement to force the applicant, for lack of a better term, to fund the Forest Service in some mechanism of the $10,000 a year. That would be about 2 weeks of crew time to maintain the existing trails that are on Forest Service land in the area. So if those 3 recommendations are brought forward into the development agreement, I do think you would have the Forest Service concurrence for trail management in that area.
Let me see, so what you're looking for is develop, I mean, maybe one of the issues would be as this is developed that maybe the applicant would decide not to, or it's going to require additional coordination with the Forest Service.
Yeah, there's actually, part of that language has a couple different checkpoints in there that we've recommended, yeah.
And so it'll be mandatory that this work progresses?
I believe so.
In the development agreement?
Yes, that's the language that I recommended to the development agreement, yes.
Okay, and so we just have to check and make sure that got in the development agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner, quickly repeat the question. Is it about the funding?
Well,
Recommendations get in the development agreement.
They are all included in the development agreement, yes.
okay, and the coordination is mandatory. You can't,
It is absolutely mandatory. The developer would bear all soft costs and costs of developing the trails.
okay.
And would contribute $10,000 annual funding from day one, year one, through the DA.
Thanks.
Okay, Alex, does that conclude the staff's and expert opinions, or do you have a conclusion statement before we have the applicant come up?
At this point, I'd just like to note that this is the conclusion of county staff's portion of the presentation. The applicant is now going to make their project presentation. The presenters will include Whit Manley, the applicant's legal counsel, and Andy Worth, the CEO of Squaw Valley Resort, as well as Adrienne Graham. She was the environmental consultant that worked on behalf of Squaw Valley Real Estate on this project.
Okay. Okay, who's going to be first? Andy.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rakucci and Commissioners. Very much appreciate your time and your service to the community. I'm Andy Worth. I'm the President and CEO of Squaw Valley Ski Holdings. We're the parent company of 3 LLCs, Squaw Valley Resort, Alpine Meadows Resort, and Squaw Valley Real Estate. Squaw Valley Real Estate is the applicant that's involved in the packet before you today. I got to tell you, I'm very glad to be here today. This has been a fairly long, somewhat arduous path to get here. It's been 4 or 5 years long to get here. I'm very excited to be here before you today with my associates, Whit Manley and Adrienne Graham and Rich Mosby. And in this case, I would tell you that in many ways, while we've been working on this for 4 or 5 years, the path actually started in the early mid-'80s with the adoption by the civic leaders in this region of the Squaw Valley General Plan. Squaw Valley General Plan affords the owner of the land in question the opportunity to develop upwards of 4,200 bedrooms. I wasn't here, and I think as many of you all know, I'm fairly new here. I'm 6 years here as of August 2, so another 24 years I can apply for my locals card. I wasn't here. I was, at this time, when this plan was adopted, 20 years old and paying my way through college by fighting wildland fire in northern New Mexico on an initial attack crew, a shot crew. And you know what, I actually reflected on this morning with an associate of mine, and I'm not too sure what prepared me for today more. My degrees, my professional experience, or being a sawyer on a wildland fire crew. Hopefully both prepare us and me for today. The relevance of the 4,200 units is not to be underestimated. A lot of opinions, a lot of points of view. I like how Sean put it, there's art and subjectivity, but this is something that's provided to us in this community by those who preceded us. And the relevance of that is so critical. The plan before you today contemplates just under 1,500 bedrooms. The plan before you today, when compared against the general plan, is a 62% reduction. A 62% reduction. It's a 50% reduction on bedrooms based on where we started in this effort 4 years ago. Over the past 4 or 5 years, we've participated in over 400 community meetings. Over 400 community meetings, and that excludes the hundreds of one-on-one meetings with key constituents, customers, neighbors. And if you're wondering what fed into that reduction, it wasn't negotiations, it was community input. It would be very, very fair to say this plan in the delta from 4,200 to what's before you today is almost exclusively based on community input. The rationale for us there's a parent company, really includes 3 pieces. We're not a development company. To call us a developer is actually just a completely misinformed statement. We operate Squaw Valley. Captain Stonebreaker and the fine gentleman from PCSO, we work with them day in, day out. We talk with them daily, work with them daily. Our teams work with them daily. We work with Joe Flannery daily. This is part of who we are. We're not a developer. We operate this company pridefully. We employ 300 people full-time year-round. Those numbers drive up to 2,100 when we're staffed fully. Most of those people of the seasonal workforce are actually locals also. Very much part of this community. Kids in Little League, part of this community, have fed into this process also. When we take a look at why we're taking this on, it's not because we enjoy some of the pretty acrimonious meetings that led to today. It's because we have really three strategic visions, imperatives, thoughts. And they begin with really what, in many ways, Ms. Patetta said from Visit California. And that is, we would very much appreciate the opportunity to be competitive in what is ultimately a hyper-competitive marketplace. That may not appeal to everybody. I certainly respect that and I understand that. But I can tell you, Monday of this week, key competitor of ours, Vail Resorts, announced the acquisition of Whistler Blackcomb, which is a mountain that I used to work with when I was living in Vancouver, Canada. It's a remarkable mountain. It's a great mountain. The competitive marketplace, what I spoke to, just got a great deal more intense. One of the single most important elements where we have a strategic deficit in competing in the national landscape is the quality and variety of lodging units at the base of our mountain. That is substantial, appeals to some, does not appeal to others. Again, I respect that, but that's very, very real. The second part is the legacy and the history of this place. Gosh darn it, there's a whole lot of lore and legend that many people in this room know better than I. But we also do know one thing, whether you've been here nearly 50 years or you've been here like me just 6 years. And that was Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows used to be preeminent destinations. They used to be at the very top of the list, and if not, top 3 of people who ski, whether it be from Marin County or Atlanta, Georgia, back in the 60s and the 70s. And then, to a large extent, Squaw Valley, Alpine Meadows were frozen in time. In this case, we would like to restore Squaw Valley and Alpine Meadows to a preeminent destination. Don't get me wrong, we're very prideful in this great ski experience we offer people. We're very prideful in our staff, the service levels we provide our customers, regardless of where they're from and how many generations they represent in terms of being skiers here. But this concept is very important. We would like to go back to where we used to be in terms of being one of the preeminent destinations in North America. Again, prideful in who we are and how we compete, but we know from our customers we have a substantial deficit in this very important part of the vacation experience. Whether you're here for a 2-night, 1-day stay, whether you're skiing 2 hours or you're skiing for a week or visiting this area, all times of the year, the strategic deficit in terms of the quality of lodging and the variety of lodging alternatives for our customers puts us at a really tough and very difficult circumstance. And then lastly, and this is something where I have to let you know, personally, I come from the mountains. I've lived in the mountains my entire life. Excuse me, that's actually not true. I was born in West Germany and I lived in New Mexico and then lived in the mountains since then. So most of my life. But I appreciate and respect diversity of opinion. But I would tell you an opinion I'd like to offer to you and everybody in this room and everybody in this community, and frankly the county. And that is, at the base of our mountain, you know this as planners, you've heard a great deal. At the base of our mountain, there are 82 acres of parking lots. Very prideful in who we are and what we offer customers. Not super prideful of the 50-year-old asphalt that sits at the base of our mountain. I don't consider asphalt and crumbly asphalt to be part of our soul or part of our character. And this is the third element. We think that that asphalt can be something better. You've heard and you know, because of your position, thankfully, the difference between disturbed and undisturbed land. 92% of this project is on undisturbed land. 92% of this project is on undisturbed land. Now disturbed land. Oh my gosh, a gaff.
Don't make
Hold
those
yourself.
mistakes again.
92% of this project is on disturbed land. And if you're looking at the poster child of what disturbed land looks like, you might find old, crumbly asphalt. Let's just remind ourselves of that. There's a couple of things it's very important for you to know. I talked about our company and the parent company. This is something that was adopted by our team, our staff, pridefully. We are very fiercely mission-focused. There are 3 key elements to the mission statement of our company. They include our guest of all ilks. They include our inner customers, as well as our staff, our team, but very much being legendary stewards. We came into this mountain 5, 6 years ago, and we were preceded by owners. There's a lot of opinions around this room about them, but I can tell you, we're demonstrably different. We care about our legacy, and we care about these mountains. And this piece about being stewards of these legendary mountains is something we take very, very seriously, and that informs our plan. Now, before I actually introduce our kind of experts here, Adrian Graham and Whit Manley, I'd like to address something that's kind of right before us. And that is, I've always held through my whole life, and certainly living in mountain towns are legendary for diversity of opinion. This mountain community is certainly no different, and there's a diversity of opinion. I very much respect that. I've always held that informed opinions are so much more welcomed and constructive, but I certainly respect that. But some of the things that we've heard, as we've gone through these 400 meetings, we've taken the input from the community. We haven't just listened to it, we've extracted the good quality input from the community and then re-injected it into the heart of this plan. As I mentioned earlier, you don't end up with a 62% reduction against the general plan by way of not listening. Probably the single most evidentiary element to offer before you today is that. If you're wondering, can we listen to the community? The answer is, hell yeah, and we did, and we injected change. But then some folks will go one step further, and this is really the unfortunate side. So let's just address this kind of pragmatically and, without emotion. And that is, there are some folks that are willing to jump ahead and say things that they kind of know aren't true. And there's, of the many, one of them is my favorite one, it kind of leaves me scratching my head, is the Mountain Adventure Center. The Mountain Adventure Center is a size and scale and height the likes of which shouldn't be here and has never been seen. And it's also going to be something like you see in Sparks, Nevada, a Chuck E. Cheese-like water park. Well, it's interesting. On the first one, we take a look at this and say, for the better part of 2.5 decades, there was something that was quite a bit bigger. There was a single-use recreation facility at the base of this mountain. It's called Blythe Ice Arena. These are dimensionally accurate representations of what Blythe Ice Arena, where it was exactly, and then how it relates to the Mountain Adventure Center. So assuming I can get this to work, you have Blythe Ice Arena here. This is in perspective, obviously, and then you have the Mountain Adventure Center. And then we take a look at the cross-section. Blythe Ice Arena here on the right, and the Mountain Adventure Center on the left. Well, so I think we're pretty comfortable saying that's not true. This Blythe Ice Arena sat here for 2.5 decades. That was quite a bit bigger. And then the second part is the Chuck E. Cheese-like water park. And while there were those casting aspersions that that's what we were intending to do, we actually didn't know. So we were kind of scratching our heads going, what the heck? Well, what we do know is what this is going to look like. Subjectivity abounds. I respect opinion. But I respectfully ask you to consider using your judgment. I don't think you can agree that that looks like a Chuck E. Cheese water park. It fits architecturally, aesthetically, and we would no sooner put something like that in our plans. I offer that up to you, and then at this point, thank you for your time, and I'd like to turn it over to Adrian Graham from our team. Thanks so very much.
Good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Adrian Graham, and I am
There you go.
an environmental consultant for Squaw Valley, working on the Squaw Valley specific plan. As Andy indicated, we very much appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon, and we're also very excited. Am I still doing? Very excited about reaching this important milestone in the specific plan process. Staff has already provided to you a comprehensive overview of the project, and so what we'd like to do is, building a bit on the points that Andy made, provide some additional context with respect to the project, the environmental impacts of the project, and summarizing and emphasizing some of the what we believe are really far-reaching benefits of the project. The Squaw Valley specific plan implements the Squaw Valley general plan vision, as Andy indicated, and let's see. What we've done here is put up some quotes from the Squaw Valley general plan, and these indicate how that plan, while it is a bit dated, it was prepared quite a while ago, still had some very much forward-thinking elements to it. It recognized that it is not really viable to depend on a single industry such as the ski industry for the local economy. And that's certainly true even today, more so today. At the same time, the general plan saw the value in developing in a way that was sensitive to the environment and protected and enhanced the natural resources, as well as resolving community issues such as traffic congestion, an issue that's still with us today. We think that these principles were valid when this general plan was prepared and continue to be valid today, and that they're embodied in the Squaw Valley specific plan. Andy mentioned some of our competitors. This gives you an idea of what people are doing throughout the country in the ski industry to expand the activities throughout the year so that their resorts can operate beyond just the winter season. We think that this approach does not really compete well with this approach. And in addition, what you see here is really a village that was not completed. When the Interwest Village was approved in the 90s, it provided for development, let's see, is that this? Yes, of this area as well. Only phases 1 and 2 were approved or were built. Phases 3 and 4 were never completed, and what that's left us with is a truncated village and still quite a bit of parking lot. One of the advantages of this project from an environmental perspective is that, as was indicated, there is a great deal of disturbed area. Over 90% of the development would occur within areas that are already developed or have been disturbed in the past, and that includes within the east parcel as well. Consequently, some of the impacts that you would typically see in a greenfield or if you were to be building up into the forest, such as the loss of large tracts of biological habitat or archaeological resources, are not going to occur in this instance. This slide shows you where the current specific plan boundaries are. They're shown, whoops, sorry about that, in the blue lines that you see. And then the red lines indicate what the disturbed area is. And as we said, most of the development is going to occur within those red lines. There is an area here, some over here, a little bit over here, where there will be development encroaching into undisturbed areas. Another important thing that this slide shows is the areas of open space that will be preserved. These areas will not be developed. As Andy indicated, there have been hundreds of meetings over the last few years. That's included meetings with community members, stakeholders, county representatives, boards, county staff, other agency staff, internal conversations. So the project has evolved quite a bit. Since the project was first, the application was first submitted, we've seen a substantial reduction in the unit count, bedroom count, and the size of the MAC. Increased setbacks, a reduced footprint. The members' locker room has been preserved. Originally, it would have been removed, and changes have been made to the east parcel to better address neighborhood concerns. As Alex indicated, all of the design review committee recommendations to the development standards and design guidelines were adopted except one. And although overall there were a number of reductions to the building heights. And most of the recommendations that had come from discussions with the MAC were also adopted. This slide demonstrates the reduction in density that we've seen over time. When we first submitted an application, we were looking at a larger footprint, and within that footprint, there were about over 4,200 bedrooms allowed. And the first plan that came through did not actually recommend that many bedrooms. It had, I believe, about 3,100. And then in about 2013, the footprint was reduced, the number of units was reduced to about 2,800. And then today, the plan that you have before you has 1,493 bedrooms. That's substantially less than would be allowed under the zoning, less than half of what the current zoning would allow. And it is also about half of what we originally proposed. This, as you can imagine, creates a significant effect on the profitability of the project. Nonetheless, Squaw Valley is committed to this bedroom count and to this land use plan and believes it's an economically viable plan that will result in a vibrant and very successful resort. I want to also stress that as a result of the adoption of the specific plan and the zoning that goes with it, there's about 200 bedrooms that essentially could not be built. Under the bedrooms that are allowable under existing zoning would just go away. They would not be transferred to any other area. So here you see a example of what developing under the existing zoning might look like compared to, is this moving? To what would occur under the future, under what we're proposing. And, okay, I'm gonna skip it doesn't look like it's moving to propose, but that gives you an idea of the existing. Now what I'd like to do is show an animated simulation. What this will do is provide you the existing conditions and future conditions moving through the site. We're going to start in the east, head down Squaw Valley Road westward, look into the site in a couple of areas, and then move over to the village neighborhood portion of the site, which is less intense. So if you could go ahead and run that. This is the plan view that shows you the segment that'll be in this segment of simulation. And we're on Squaw Valley Road looking east, up at the mountains in the village. And as we come down, you can see the buildings to the left. Those are the new buildings that would be built. Looking into the easternmost entrance to the project site where the parking lot is today. This shows you what's existing today, what the future would be. Then continuing down the road, you can see the parking lot to the left here and the buildings behind. One thing you'll notice with this simulation is that you really have views of the mountains all the time. They're not substantially blocked by these buildings. This is looking in at the current entrance. You see the village, existing Interwest Village on the right. And then coming down to the end of the main village and that third entranceway into the site. Again, the parking lot's there on the left, or parking garage rather. Existing village and the new development. And then if we could skip to 211. And then this simulation covers the neighborhood village, and this is the area where it's less dense, more relaxed. This is at Squaw Valley Road coming off into the Chamonix area. So this is more new development to the left, and this will take us around to the cabin area that we're up on the north side of the project. Again, as you see, the views of the mountains still behind the buildings, very visible. And then as we come into the cabin area, this is a much lower density area. This is the development that would be up in the mountain area. Up in the north. I said up in the north of the plan area, northwest. And this gives you just a bird's eye view. You can see back into Shirley Canyon where there's really no development, but through the project site. I think, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Whit Manley, and he'll talk about the environmental impacts.
Thank you. My name's Whit Manley. I'm an environmental lawyer in Sacramento here on behalf of the applicant. I'd like to offer a few comments on the environmental review CEQA process. I thought staff, Sean, did a very thorough job of describing it, but I do want to emphasize a couple of points about it. The CEQA process launched in October of 2012, so we're coming up on 4 years of CEQA review. All of the analyses, the consultants, have all been paid for by Squaw Valley Real Estate, by the applicant. We've been footing the bill. We have not been dictating the analyses, the approaches, the methodologies, the conclusions. Those have all been developed by the county consultants working under direction of county staff. We've had opinions, we've shared them. Sometimes they have been agreed to, sometimes they have not. So we've had input like other members of the public. We have not guided the process. I also think that it's fair to say, although the consultants are too modest to toot their own horn, the fact is we have a really good consultant team. These are blue chip consultants led by Ascent Environmental. They have statewide reputations for doing excellent work. I think the county deserves credit for hiring top quality folks. I reckon you might hear criticisms of their work. The fact is there aren't people out there that do better work than the firms like Fair & Peers, Ascent Environmental, and so forth. The information has been thoroughly vetted, not just by county staff and their consultants, but often by other agencies. I'd like to particularly note the participation of the Squaw Valley Public Service District, which was deeply involved not just in the water supply assessment, but other aspects of the environmental review process, and often independently peer-reviewed by still other consultants. Again, not guided by us at all, but funded by us. It's been a very robust process. The draft EIR was published in May of 2015, the final EIR in April of 2016. Both those documents have been out in the public domain for quite a while. Many views on them have been shared with you, with the county. The responses to comments are extensive. In fact, if you look at the EIR as a whole, it is a very robust document. The draft EIR is 2,400 plus pages in length. The final EIR spans another 2,000 plus pages, not including appendices. So we have got about 5,000 pages worth of analysis, and it is not fluff, it's substantive. Throughout the process, the county directed its consultants to take a conservative approach. And they have. What that means is, and I understand why they did this, they wanted to make sure that they were not under-characterizing impacts. They erred on the side of overstating them. Where there was uncertainty, they erred on the side of conservatism, and they consistently took that approach. Even though it does result, in many cases, in our view, in overstating the impacts that will actually occur, and thereby overstating the mitigation that we have to perform. It's okay. If the project is approved, we will carry out the mitigation monitoring plan. But I do think it's fair to point out, it is a very aggressive set of mitigations that we have to carry out. I want to touch on a couple of substantive topics. I'm not going to go through all of these because the staff presentation was so thorough, but I do want to point out a couple of things. The traffic analysis was performed by Fair & Peers, probably one of absolutely the leading traffic engineering firms in the state, if not the, and was prepared consistent with county direction using very conservative assumptions. It focuses on the peak, on when traffic is most congested. Summertime, Friday afternoons, Saturday morning during the ski season, Sunday afternoon during the ski season. So it is emphasizing when traffic is most congested. Depending on the area roadway, 95% to 99% of the time, roadways operate at acceptable levels of service, significantly less than as described in the EIR. But that's simply a byproduct of the focus on the peak. The traffic study performs an estimate of the number of trips that are expected to be generated by this project. And it errs on the side of conservatism there too, and overestimates trips in a variety of ways. I'd like to cite one because I think it's important. We've pointed this out. The county said, no, we're going to be conservative regardless. And that is, one of the core points of this project is to improve lodging so that people who are currently day skiers become overnight guests. That is a key objective of this project. And we expect that will be a significant percentage of our lodging guests will be people who are day skiers today. All of the lodging guests are assumed in this traffic study to be new trips. There is no reduction in estimated day skier traffic. The lodging guests are simply added on top. What that means is, to the extent that day skiers become overnight guests, their trips are being double counted. If they come in and become overnight guests, they don't have to travel back and forth on Squaw Valley Road each morning to ski. They're already there, and that will reduce traffic. And yet, the traffic study doesn't take any of that into account. I would also like to note that traffic levels are portrayed, they are congested. I'm not denying that. That's what the data shows. We all know it to be true, particularly when the weather is dodgy in the wintertime. But this is not unprecedented level of traffic. Traffic counts have been performed from time to time on Squaw Valley Road in the past in connection with other projects. Notably, in 1990, for the Squaw Valley Resort project, traffic counts were taken. If you take the existing traffic that's out there today and you add this project's traffic on top of it, that will result in a level of traffic that is 11% less than what was actually counted in 1990. Now, the reason for that is that many folks who used to be day skiers are becoming overnight guests. This project will accelerate that process. The project does incorporate, we know traffic is an issue. The project incorporates many features designed to reduce traffic and to encourage people to use transit. Michelle Kingsbury talked about some of the payments that we're making to provide our fair share to support regional transit, and in fact to go above and beyond that by providing both upfront capital contributions and annual operating costs above and beyond our fair share. So we take encouraging transit very seriously. It's in our interest, it's in all our interest, and we've done it. Aside from that, I do want to emphasize that this project is designed so that when people come to the site, they get out of their cars and don't get back in. They can walk within the village. All the amenities that they might need during their visit are right there. It's mixed use, it's pedestrian oriented. It is not urban infill, but it is mixed use, and it is designed to contain people within the village. You've heard a lot about emergency access and evacuation. I don't wear a badge and therefore probably don't speak with quite the credibility of some of the other people that you've heard from today. They're the experts, and so they really deserve, I think, great weight in your deliberations. I do want to note a couple of things. We did work with the Squaw Valley Fire Department in order to come up with a list of amenities that they asked for and that we are providing. They're all enshrined in the development agreement. We are providing a substation, permanent substation on the west end of the valley, which is something that the fire district wanted, along with the funding necessary to provide for equipment and staffing, with benchmarks to make sure that the funds necessary to staff that facility keep pace with development as it builds out. You've already heard a lot about the emergency preparedness and evacuation plan that we've prepared, designed to dovetail neatly with all of the other planning efforts that first responders have already devoted to this area. So we think we fit very neatly into that system. And as some of the experts noted, this is an ideal location for shelter in place because of its geography, because we're designing the buildings to serve that function, not just for our guests, but for others in the valley. In the event that that ever becomes necessary, it becomes another option, and we're happy to do that. Water supply, you've heard a lot about this. All I want to note is that all this updated refinement of the modeling that has been performed, the peer review, has all given the Squaw Valley Public Service District the information it needs to better manage the aquifer. Most notably, they're going to get access through our project to additional well sites in the west end of the valley that's much more productive. And the more they have access to different well sites and different wells to draw upon, the better equipped they'll be to manage the aquifer to avoid impacts. I would also like to note that extensive monitoring will be performed. So this isn't just a modeling exercise that gets performed, water supplies are shown to be sufficient and we move on. We also have to monitor the performance of the aquifer and its effect on water supply and the creek, so that if any impacts are observed, we have to jigger the system in order to adjust the pumping regime, take a variety of other steps to make sure that adverse impacts don't occur. That's all incorporated into the mitigation recommended before you today. A couple of thoughts about significant effects. I reckon you're probably going to hear a lot about this. We've seen correspondence indicating that somehow this is a parade of horribles, of significant unavoidable effects. Folks are certainly entitled to their opinion. I guess we're entitled to ours, and I want to share it because I do think it is fair to say exactly what these significant and unavoidable effects are to provide some sense of scale to them. In many instances, the impacts are significant and unavoidable solely because of the conservatism of the analysis and, faced with uncertainty about the future, erring on the side of calling an impact significant and unavoidable. For example, with respect to greenhouse gas emissions, that is a significant unavoidable impact because we all know that emission reduction targets are coming from the state. And we all know that it may be very difficult to comply with them. We will try. If it is feasible to comply with them, we will. But we can't guarantee it for a very simple reason. That policy doesn't exist right now. We don't know what those updated targets will be. And the county decided that it was appropriate to call that significant and unavoidable solely because of the unknowns. So that's the nature of the conservative approach the county has taken. With respect to traffic, we do think that there are fixes for the intersection of Squaw Valley Road, Village East Road intersection. Some straightforward traffic control fixes have been proposed by us that would fix the level of service issue there. We also think that the queuing problem at the entrance at Squaw Valley Road and State Route 89 is fixable. And if Caltrans approves the design, it's just lengthening the queue by about 50 feet. It's a fairly straightforward fix. With respect to existing traffic congestion on State Route 89 and State Route 28, widening those roads to 4 lanes likely isn't feasible, and therefore that is identified as a significant unavoidable effect. We will contribute cars to those roads. To put that in perspective, during the peak hour, we will contribute about 3 cars per minute. That's a modest contribution, but we are contributing, and that's why it's identified as a significant unavoidable effect. Construction noise. This has to do with nighttime construction noise. It will be a rare occurrence if it occurs at all. And we will do everything we can to avoid nighttime noise. But this is not something that is going to be an ongoing feature of the next 25 years. It will be a very rare occurrence. Visual impacts, those are identified as significant and unavoidable. None of these buildings will project onto the ridgeline. They're all in the valley floor. They're all on disturbed areas. They're all in scale with the existing village. To the extent that the existing village has an impact on the view shed, the impact associated with this project will be comparable to that. It will be additive to that. But it's not as though these are going to block views of the mountains. As you saw in the visual simulation, the mountains remain visible. It will be a change. There is a subjective element to deciding whether that change is significant or not. We think it's insignificant. Staff disagreed. Staff carried the day. But we do not regard that as some wholesale, just, evisceration of the view shed. It doesn't strike us that way, and we think objectively that that's not what it is. And then finally, the other impacts are all cumulative. and they're all derivative of the project-specific impacts that I've just gone through. They're just simply restated. And I think it's important to bear that in mind when you're talking about a tally of 20. Really, it's a tally of 10 impacts, some of which we respectfully disagree with. Okay, fair enough. And they're just double counted because of the emphasis of both project-specific and cumulative impacts. So with that, we appreciate the opportunity to present. Now I'd like to turn it back over to Adrian. Thank you.
I'm just going to take a few minutes to summarize and discuss a bit some of the benefits of the project. You know, as Whit indicated, as was indicated by Sean in his presentation, there are certainly environmental consequences of approving the specific plan, and we recognize that. And we are committed to implementing all of the mitigation that goes along with that. At the same time, we think there are some very meaningful and long-lasting benefits to this project. One of the cornerstones of the project is renovation of the Squaw Creek corridor. Over $2 million will be spent to restore Squaw Creek, and that includes the Olympic Channel as well. By reconfiguring these two drainages, we're going to see additional habitat, more wetted area, and importantly, the function of the creek is going to improve substantially. By widening Squaw Creek and introducing sinuosity, we're going to slow down the sediment transport. Sarah talked some about that earlier. And this could actually undo decades of damage that has been done into the meadow reach of Squaw Creek. As you know, we're planning on constructing housing on the east parcel. We're going to meet 100% of our housing requirement, of course. But we're not just going to pay an in lieu fee for that. We're actually constructing 300 beds on the east parcel. We're going to exceed our own self-imposed policy requirement of putting 50% of our housing requirement onto the east parcel by something like 20 or 40%. So well over half of our housing requirement will be met with that east parcel. Whit hit on some of the benefits to the Public Services District, including the fire station, but also the extensive amount of planning that's been done and research for the aquifer. And I think as importantly, that the property owned by Squaw Valley is now available for development of the well field, which was not always the case. There are other community and recreational benefits. You've heard quite a bit already about the trails that would be developed, and that in addition to the physical recreational improvements, we'd be paying $2.7 million in park and rec fees, which the county can use for public park and rec programs. There would also be new in-valley shuttle services and a transit center that will provide shelter, be far more comfortable for bus riders than the current bus stop. In addition, there's the development agreement calls for $172,000 annually in transit payments. A portion of that would pay for our employees to have free TART passes. The remainder of it would go to other transit initiatives. $85,000 one-time contribution to capital improvements for transit. As Michelle discussed, $800,000 payment towards regional interests. Those could be environmental improvements, public service or public safety, or other kinds of improvements that would have a benefit to the Squaw Valley or the region. The project is going to create over 500 jobs on an operating basis, as well as construction jobs. And as I mentioned earlier, the members' locker room has been retained. And another, I think, well-beloved aspect of Squaw Valley is that we're going to keep the day skier parking close into the mountain base. Another exciting aspect of this project, something that's separate from the county, a private initiative on the part of Squaw Valley, is the transfer fee, which would raise, on average, about $2 million a year that could be used for local initiatives. And I'm going to actually turn it over to Richard to talk more about this.
Thank you, Adrian. My name is Rich Molesby. I'm an attorney at Molesby and Bordner, Mobo Law up in Truckee. I'm proud to be able to tell you about the Squaw Valley Foundation today. The Squaw Valley Foundation is a California nonprofit corporation committed to its mission statement of ensuring an exceptional quality of life in Olympic Valley, fostering a sense of community, and improving the environment for present and future generations, residents and visitors alike, through the development and funding of projects in Olympic Valley. The focus of the Squaw Valley Foundation will include projects that are environmental, social, cultural, and all of the projects will add significant value to the community. The Squaw Valley Foundation will be managed by the President and Chairman of the Board, Andy Wirth. The board will be comprised of smart and progressive professionals from the region that will be tasked with achieving the objectives in the Foundation's mission statement. Those board members are being sought right now, and we believe the board will be impressive. The best ideas are a good start, but they also need funding. I'm pleased to announce that Squaw Valley Real Estate will voluntarily apply a 1.5% transfer fee to all real estate transfers from the redevelopment project at the time of any sale. Those proceeds will automatically be paid from escrow to the Squaw Valley Foundation. So, for example, the sale of a $1 million condo would put $15,000 into the foundation's coffers. Projections are to fund $15 million through the initial sales and $2 million annually to the foundation. The annual contribution would be made in perpetuity because the fee would apply to each and every transfer forever. In just 25 years, the foundation will receive approximately $65 million, all of which will benefit the community in meaningful ways. To my knowledge, no local business has previously made that type of investment or commitment to this community. As previous speakers have mentioned, for other benefits of the redevelopment plan, these contributions are also above and beyond. I very much look forward to seeing all the good that will be done by the Squaw Valley Foundation. The Squaw Valley Foundation likewise looks forward to working with you and the community, and this announcement has been my distinct pleasure. Now I'd like to turn it over to Andy Wirth.
Thank you very much, Rich, and Chairman Rakucci and Planning Commissioners. This basically wraps up our presentation for you today. This is a quick summary of some of the benefits we've discussed, but I'll go back to where I started. Recall that we're seeking to reestablish Squaw Valley as one of the preeminent destinations. When I say restore, go back to where we used to be. Have an opportunity to be competitive in a hyper-competitive marketplace. And ultimately, we'd very much like the opportunity to take those parking lots, 82 acres of asphalt, a sea of asphalt, and just turn it into something better. So with that, we'll turn it back to you, sir, and thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you. At this time, we'll be, prior to hearing testimony from the public, we'll be taking that 45-minute lunch break and other break. And also, there's a sign-up sheet that you can continue. Just a half an hour? Half hour, okay. Because we're running. And there's a sign-up sheet up here, so that'll be about five.
Yeah, Chairman, if I could, before everybody gets up.
Go ahead.
Okay, or is it?
Keep talking.
Anyway, let's take a recess until 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. At this time, we're going to continue our meeting with the public comment portion, and I'd like to say that we have about 100 people that have signed up to speak. So we're going to be real strict with the 3-minute rule. And if you hear somebody before you that maybe said the same thing you were going to get up to say, you may want to just stand up and say, I agreed with speaker 5 or whatever. We're still going to be here a long time, but that would help the process. So who will be first? Well, wait, we have a.
So up first, for meeting procedures, I'll call 3 names at a time. If the first speaker could please step forward and the second and third stand behind, we'll get this moving as quick as possible. When you get to the podium, please restate your name for the record. So first up, we have Chief Banson, On deck is Isaac Silverman, and the third position would be Chase Savannah Walker.
Go ahead.
Greetings. Pete Banson, Squaw Valley Fire. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Mike Geary, the general manager of Squaw Valley Public Service District, who was not able to be here today. Thank you, commissioners, for letting us speak to you about the important decision before you today. For the last 5 years, the Squaw Valley Public Service District has been working with the applicant, Squaw Valley Real Estate and Chevis Hosey, to assess impacts from the proposed project on the district's delivery of services, staffing, and operations, and corresponding mitigations to address them. The district, with support from professional consultants, performed 6 separate analyses to better understand the impacts of the project to the district's systems, operations, and financial position. The results of these analyses have informed the district's staff, our board, subcommittees, and our constituents of potential project impacts, and in some cases, long-term planning needs. They were completed in 2014 and 2015 and are assessment of project impacts and appropriate mitigations for fire protection and EMS services, water supply assessment, the WSA, including the water demand and supply analysis and groundwater modeling, hydraulic modeling of the water distribution system, hydraulic modeling of the sewer collection system, space needs analysis for our utility operations, financial projections modeling, and that was done by an economics company. This information is on our website and we believe has benefited the county staff and the applicant in the planning for the project. District staff, council, and consultants continue to share and negotiate business points to prepare a development agreement with Squaw Valley Real Estate for the proposed project. Current work has been on fire protection and EMS and phasing of mitigations to the sewer collection system. As a result of current negotiations, successful collaboration with county staff, and coordination with the applicant, we believe that we can execute a development agreement that will support the project's request for services while protecting the very high levels of service our customers have come to expect from the district. We, of course, would appreciate the county's continued support in requiring a satisfactory development agreement to be executed as a condition of the county's project approvals. We would like to extend our appreciation to the county supervising planner, Alex Fish, for his diligent and devoted work on this project and his inclusive approach to ensure the Public Service District is not left scrambling to maintain our capability to provide service with a greater demand than planned for. District staff and consultants available to the Planning Commission here today to answer questions or clarify concerns are myself, District Engineer Dave Hunt, Derek Williams, who from Hydrometrics, who did the groundwater modeling, and our District Counsel, Tom Archer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next.
So my name is Isaac Silverman, and I'm the staff attorney for Sierra Watch and the Campaign to Keep Squaw True. I grew up in Placer County. I went to Colfax High School, and after trying and failing to get used to living in large cities, I came home to work and to play here in these mountains. I don't have much time, and I've already sent the commission hundreds of pages in written comments. Sorry about that, guys. So I'll be as brief and direct as possible. Today, the managers of KSL Capital Partners, Squaw Valley Real Estate Holdings, are asking this commission, in their opinion, whether Placer County should grant them rights for development on a scale and of a kind never before seen in North Lake Tahoe. Sierra Watch is not here today to try and convince you that no new development, or even significant new development, in Squaw Valley is inappropriate. But, as I and many others here will explain, the development that KSL Capital Partners is proposing, it threatens our quality of life, it would be illegal, it would violate numerous provisions of the Placer County and Squaw Valley general plans, and it cannot be justified by the meager public benefits outlined in the Statement of Overriding Considerations. It's so much development that the applicant in the development agreement is now requesting up to 30 years from 25 in order to build it all. According to the county's draft environmental and final environmental impact reports, it would be 1,493 new bedrooms of development that would flood already gridlocked summer roads with 8,410 more cars on the busiest summer days. They would build 21 timeshare houses in the mouth of Shirley Canyon on undisturbed land, and they would block mountain views with acres of high-rise condo hotels and a much-discussed 96-foot tall, 90,000 square foot indoor water park. And yes, we do, in fact, know that they want to build an indoor water park. The applicant themselves said so quite plainly in Appendix E of the final environmental impact report in the title of the study, which is called Market Feasibility Study and Financial Analysis Report for the Proposed Indoor Water Park and Adventure Center, Squaw Valley, Far East Road, Olympic Valley, Placer County, California. So let's just drop that pretense. It certainly isn't fooling county staff or the local public service district. They estimate that this indoor water park would consume 33,000 gallons of water per day in the environmental documents. So, understanding the environmental implications of a project of development on this scale, it's a complicated, daunting task. As an organization, I'd like to have at least a 5-minute period, if that's okay with the commission.
A couple of more minutes to finish up your comments, because you do represent probably the commission. Couple of minutes, and then we'll go on to the 3-minute.
Is he the only one that's going to speak for the organization?
All right. The commission's spoken, so I'm going to go on.
Just for a minute or two.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have a whole lot more to say.
Just finish up.
So Placer County's environmental impact reports, more than 5,000 pages of them, say that there would be 20 significant and unavoidable environmental impacts. Everything from gridlocked traffic in Squaw Valley, Truckee, Tahoe, along State Route 89 connecting all three, obscured mountain views, light pollution, etc. I won't list them in the interest of time. Now, Sierra Watch, along with many others, including notably the California Attorney General, we're concerned that there are actually more impacts that the county's report either inadequately analyzes or improperly says wouldn't be significant. What would all those cars actually mean for the clarity of Lake Tahoe? Or what would it do to Squaw Creek to pump another 78 million gallons from beneath it each year? And I'm glad they've come up several times, because traffic and pumping impacts, they're actually two places where it's relatively quick and relatively easy to understand the mistakes made in the environmental impact report. For traffic, the biggest problem is that they got existing conditions totally wrong.
Isaac, finish up your comments, or else you're going to be here forever. Or maybe that's, thank you very much.
Okay, I'll go quick. They got traffic wrong. They said it would take, they say you travel 46 miles per hour on a powder day headed from Truckee to Squaw right now. That's wrong. That's why you can add 8,410 vehicle trips without causing catastrophic traffic delays. That's how they got traffic wrong. For water, it's similarly simple. They took how much water we have now and they projected it against future impacts. And the problem is that in the future, it's the future, and climate change is real, folks.
Thank you, Isaac. You sent us some same stuff. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye.
So,
could you please sit down?
I will sit down.
Thank you very much, Isaac.
Okay, in the past we've had a little longer to speak. I regret that I wasn't able to talk more. If you have questions, I'm here. I was told 5 minutes for a group. I prepared a 5-minute statement.
We have Chase, Savannah, and Walker. If you'd like to step to the podium, please each state your name, please, for the record.
Hi, guys. We signed up individually. We'll be allotting our time together, but we will not be using nearly all of it.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Chase Schweitzer.
My name is Walker Sauls.
My name is Savannah Blyde.
All right, as you just heard, my name is Walker Sauls. I grew up in Reno. I'm a passionate skier, and I've been shredding squaw since I was 4 years old. I love this place and care deeply about its natural beauty and unique culture, which makes me proud to be part of the movement to keep squaw true.
My name is Savannah Blyde, and I grew up in Truckee with a passion for skiing and racing through the incredible mountains of the Tahoe area. I'm a part of the Keep Squaw True movement because I believe that everyone has the right to have such an incredible experience that I had growing up, and this proposal threatens that.
We have spent this summer with Sierra Watch out in the community, reaching out to visitors and locals alike about this development project. We've talked to people from all over California, the US, and even across the world. There is deep opposition and disgust to this project on all fronts. From what we have observed, it is not a battle between locals and second homeowners, but rather people who love Squaw Valley and North Lake Tahoe versus the developers. Over 3,600 people have now signed our petition to keep Squaw true.
This map here shows people in the Northern California and Northern Nevada region who ask that you keep Squaw true and deny this project. These people also represent the main tourism base for Squaw Valley and North Lake Tahoe, and even they immediately bristle at the idea of an indoor water park in Squaw Valley. They know that droughts will persist, as well as question the need for one when we have the greatest outdoor water park just down Highway 89 called Lake Tahoe.
This map here represents people around the entire Tahoe region who care about the future of Squaw Valley, because threats to Tahoe's clarity in North Lake impact the clarity in South Lake as well.
Lastly, this map here shows the people who will be directly affected by your decision today, people from across Placer County and the North Lake Tahoe Truckee region, most of whom you are charged with representing. These are people all the way from Roseville to Kings Beach who are asking you to please deny this project in its current form.
Overall, these are more than just dots on a map. These are thousands of motivated people who genuinely care about the welfare of Squaw Valley and its future. They've written emails, published articles in local newspapers and online, and have even created art and music in response to this development plan. We stand here today as grassroots community organizers, speaking with the voice of thousands.
Thank you. Thank you.
Every single petition signature you have heard about and all the various forms of opposition I'm about to tell you about represent people, businesses, and organizations that feel that KSL Capital Partners has not addressed their concerns.
You can start.
I've been working as Sierra Watch's field representative for a year now, and in that time, I've seen the heart of the movement to keep Squaw true shown in many ways, be it in the 338 comments on the draft environmental impact report, 97% of which were critical of the proposal, its analysis, or both, or the over 200 letters to the Placer County Board of Supervisors asking them to deny this proposal in its current form because the size, scale, and scope of this project is out of touch with Squaw Valley and North Lake Tahoe. Similarly, it has taken form in a letter also addressed to the supervisors by a coalition of 63 local businesses and environmental nonprofits, all again that are not against all development, but against this development in Squaw Valley and North Lake Tahoe, encroaching on their quality of life, the very reason they started their business, started their families here, and planted their roots here in the first place. Finally, it has taken shape in the over 3,600 people that have signed our petition to keep Squaw true that you just heard about. Those petition signers come from across the world, the United States, Nevada, and California, as well as Western Placer County and North Lake Tahoe. These are skiers and snowboarders, residents and tourists, kids, and their grandparents. Many people in this room have signed on to that petition. Some of them will step forward to speak, but most all want an opportunity to stand up for Squaw Valley and North Lake Tahoe. So I ask those that join Sierra Watch in asking the Commission to deny this project in its current form to stand up, as well as those already standing to take a step forward.
No, that won't happen. Well, I mean, most of them are behind somebody. Nice try.
Thank you very much, Commission.
Thank you.
As a public service announcement, we have a set of keys that has been found. If you're missing a set of keys, they're at the front desk, front counter. Next up, I have Rob Gaffney, David Blau, and David Stepner. Rob Gaffney, David Blau, and David Stepner.
Hi, my name is Rob Gaffney. Planning Commissioners, thank you for being here and allowing us to deal with such a charged topic through a democracy, which I hope this really becomes a democratic process because there's a large majority out there of people who have a lot of strong feelings. I stand here with representatives of the North Tahoe skiing and snowboarding community. Among just this group who are standing with me, we have hundreds of years of experience, combined experience, living and skiing in this area. I'm a local physician. I've written a book about skiing at Squaw. It's sold over 15,000 copies. In this group, we have people who have starred in Hollywood movies, filmed at Squaw Valley. We have people who have filmed at Squaw Valley for years, and their movies have been seen millions of times worldwide. We have the most faithful KT22 skiers here with us today. We have people with recognizable athletic identities, recognized around the world here supporting us. We have yet others who are second and third generation who have grown up here, competed in national events here, raised their children here. We represent the vast majority of skiers and snowboarders in Tahoe, and we share their sentiment. We are concerned that the majority of people who have supported this proposal have or will have some sort of financial gain from it. That's not how we want to run this democracy. Because when money becomes our driving force versus a true sense of community and goodwill, there's a problem there. We ask you to deny this project as proposed for the following reasons. First, it completely misrepresents us, the people of North Tahoe. Most of us love John Muir, and we recognize we're not protecting wilderness lands here, that's obvious. But he would roll over in his grave to see a massive mountain adventure center built, perhaps filled with water slides and attractions that keep visitors indoors, when what Squaw Valley has always been about is connecting with the outdoors and the natural environment. We all know the phrase, escape to the mountains, but this development would create the very same thing visitors are trying to escape from. Rezoning the beautiful granite-walled Shirley Canyon and stuffing homes up into its mouth shows the developer's complete disrespect for the valley, for the Sierra, and our mountain culture. It's the wrong direction, and the North Tahoe people want you to know that. We are people who belong to a mountain culture, and we are in tune with the natural environment. If you authorize this thing to be built as is, you erase us and everything we stand for. The increased traffic, the noise, the urbanization, packing more and more people onto an already dangerous ski run called Mountain Run, the very real risk of being unable to escape a massive fire that blows through with respect to the evacuation discussions we had this morning. I still worry about that. Each of these are elements that on their own should be enough to require the developer to go back to the drawing board. Commissioners, help preserve us. Help preserve our way of life. This is our heart, and this is our soul. And your decision today is going to tell us if all these people matter. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Blau. David Blau. Do we have a David Blau?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Could you
You've
restate
seen me
your name for the
before.
record?
Oh, David Blau.
Thank you.
I'm a board member of the League to Save Lake Tahoe, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the lake. I have about 40 years' experience in environmental resource planning. I've personally directed probably 200 EIRs and EISs. I know the techniques, the art and science of that inside out. The League's mission, number one priority, is protect lake water quality and clarity. Increased traffic in the basin does two things to harm the lake. Number one, the exhaust puts nitrogen and phosphorus in the air, which settles then in the lake and contributes to algae formation, loss of clarity. Number two, crushing fine sediments on the road also find their way into the lake and affect clarity. I'm going to focus on the Squaw EIR today because that's your first decision, to certify the EIR before you go on to the other 7 or 8 decisions. The EIR is riddled with deficiencies and violations, direct violations of CEQA, and I'm going to point some of these out. The full comprehensive list of deficiencies you can find in Sierra Watch's letter, 91 pages. They didn't miss a thing. But I would direct you to read the Attorney General's letter from August 9th, and they focus on the lake, which I'm going to do in the rest of my talk. They highlight 15 major deficiencies in the EIR that need to be rectified before it goes forward. I'm going to focus on 5 of those. Number 1, when you start an EIR, the first thing you do is you define the proposed action. The very second thing you do is you define the area of potential impact. Now, we heard the attorney for the proponent earlier say this is a robust product because it's 4,000 pages. The number of pages has nothing to do with whether the analysis is robust or not. Lake Tahoe has virtually been ignored in the entire analysis. The EIR looks at Squaw Valley and kind of looks northward. Lake Tahoe might as well be on the far side of the moon. It has given no attention in this 4,000 pages. As you all know, the lake is a national, regional, local treasure. CEQA requires that it be handled in a very careful way in terms of its study. And it's offensive to read an EIR that says, in effect, Lake Tahoe is somebody else's problem. We're going to worry about Squaw Valley. Number 2, impacts.
Dave, you know, we said we're going to give 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
And 3 minutes is up. And, you know, you guys, you wouldn't have to make sure you keep your
All right.
comments short.
I'm speaking for the whole organization of the league, so,
Well,
okay.
We started that one time and it got me in trouble.
All right, let me go on. Impacts are identified and very few are attempted to be mitigated. Squad would add nearly 24,000 vehicle miles traveled to the north shore of the lake. Martis Valley West adds another 14,000. Don't shake your head, it's cumulative impacts. Brockway may be 5,000. You have 43,000 vehicle miles traveled added to the North Shore, and this document concludes it's a less than significant impact.
Thank you, David.
David Stepner, Lisa Carden, and Craig London.
Start.
My name is David, excuse me, my name is David Stepner. I've been a full-time resident of Squaw Valley for 8 years and a part-time resident for the previous 18. I'm representing the Friends of Squaw Valley. I am a member of the Squaw Valley MAC, though I recused myself from that vote, and I'm chairman of the Squaw Valley Design Review Committee. The California Supreme Court has stated, and I quote, "The wisdom of approving any development project is a delicate task which requires a balancing of interests. The law, as the California Supreme Court interprets and applies it, simply requires that those decisions be informed and therefore balanced." The Friends of Squaw Valley believe that the key issue here is a lack of such balance and its associated risks to the quality of life and environmental sustainability. The Squaw Valley MAC voted to deny the specific plan and evaluate something less impactful. The Friends of Squaw Valley concur. So what is the basic problem with this proposal? The targeted land is too small for the developer's plans and is at the end of a box canyon. The result, as we have seen, is a proposal that is too dense, risks the safety of the community, and adversely impacts the entire region. Your evaluation of this project should not depend on the financial analysis, focusing on the private gain of an individual investor. Your decision on this project should not depend on earlier proposals. The developer continues to claim that they should be given credit for having cut the project size down, but these earlier propositions were rejected in the draft EIR as being too impactful. There is only one project before you. The decision on this project should not be motivated by the number of tax dollars being promised to the county or the various districts. Your focus should not be to prioritize tax revenue over the protection of the environment and public safety. And your decision of this project should not focus solely on Squaw Valley, but should look at the greater Tahoe Basin. Quoting from the California Attorney General's letter of yesterday, because, and I quote, "Because of the proximity of the proposed development to Lake Tahoe, we are concerned about the impacts the development will have within the Tahoe Basin. The traffic in the basin will be close to the TRPA threshold," that was page 3. This could preclude new development and redevelopment within the basin, that was page 5. There are people following me who will discuss specific impacts. I will not go over those. The developer's objectives are to be on par with the peer world-class resorts and becoming a year-round destination resort. But you need not agree with the developer's objectives. This past season, Squaw Alpine had over 1 million ski visits, already very competitive with other resorts, as CEO Andy Worth reported in the March 16, 2016 LA Times. With the fragility of the regional environment and the lack of Vail, Aspen, Whistler, Park City-like traffic infrastructure, something less grandiose would be appropriate and still profitable. I'm going to finish up. The Friends of Squaw Valley are not saying that no development should occur. We are saying that the applicant needs to go back to the drawing board and offer the community and the impacted region something better, something smaller, something we can all get behind. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Carden. I'm a resident of Olympic Valley, and I'm speaking today just as a citizen and representing my neighbors in my town. I want to thank you for the 3 minutes, and I want to invite you to drive up to Squaw Valley today after this meeting. You start at the light, and it'll take you 3 minutes to get to the parking lot. Okay, so my topic is traffic, and I'm not going to go over all the numbers because they're all in the EIR report, but what I'm really concerned about and why I was approached today to speak on this topic is we are really concerned on the fundamental flaws that are in the traffic analysis using the data from the winter of 2011 and 12. Recall that CEQA requires the measurements of traffic volume should be represented during peak average winter conditions. The DEIR and the final EER confirms that traffic data from 2011 and 12 ski season was chosen as the most appropriate winter season data set for establishing the existing settings. However, from all existing data, the winter of 2011 and 12 was anything but average. Most everyone knows that the real big crowds come during Christmas, Martin Luther King, and President's Day weekend. December and January were not included in the study. So if one were going to do an honest job in assessing traffic according to the CEQA, it would be when average snow fell, and it would include December and January when the big crowds come. The other thing the EIR does not include is the analysis of the impacts associated with the progress in the increased vehicular use within the Tahoe Basin. Therefore, it's inadequate. The good news, the Attorney General has just given her comments on the village proposal. Here's her quote. "We are particularly concerned with the project resulting in increased vehicular use and traffic within the basin." I'm sure you folks haven't all read her comments, but it's 15 pages, and she has very big concerns about the Tahoe Basin. Today, I found this from Placer County, and this is the Placer County Transportation Agency planning brochure. Here's their words. "We need a local solution to protect our quality of life."
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Craig Lundeen. We have a home in Squaw Valley, and we've been coming to Squaw for over the past 30 years. I'm here to talk about emergency preparedness and wildfire evacuation. I have personal experience on these subjects because my family lived through the East Bay Hills fire. I physically fought that fire, burning trees until 2 in the morning that night. Like you, Andy. Firefighter. And later, as mayor of Piedmont, I worked to perfect our disaster preparedness plan and streamline our emergency operations center. I learned many things about the firestorm of that day, and it was a one-day fire. There were 25 fatalities, 38 homes and apartments were destroyed, 2,000 vehicles burned. The fire engulfed 42 miles of streets and 3 miles of highways, and the evacuation included more than 5,000 people. The first alarm went out at 10:40 a.m. A call for a full box alarm went out 10 minutes later. Most of the fatalities occurred between 11:30 and noon that day, within about 1 hour of the first full alarm. I'm comparing that fire to Squaw Valley because you're essentially considering the expansion of a wildland urban interface. In the aftermath of the fire, many investigations took place and several important reports were generated. I will cite two: the highly detailed FEMA report and the National Wildland Urban Interface report. The FEMA report stated that there are hundreds of lessons to be learned from this incident, and here are just two. One, it is critical to have adequate access roadways for emergency vehicles and exit roadways for evacuation of residents, separate ingress and egress. But there's only one road in and out of Squaw Valley. Nothing in this proposed plan changes that bottleneck. You recently received an emergency preparedness evacuation plan from the proponents. It states, access to Squaw Valley is limited. There's only one means of ingress and egress. The plan calls for evacuating via Squaw Valley Road to State Route 89, or if it's not possible to leave the valley, driving to Squaw Valley Ski Resort parking lot to shelter in place. Yet, Figure 2.1 of the same plan shows the entire shelter-in-place location to be designated red, very high fire zone severity, and that's the highest classification of severity that we have. Their own responses to comments on the draft EIR calculated after build-out, in the best case, vehicle evaluation time will almost double from 2.6 to 5 hours. In their worst case evacuation time quadruples from 2.6 to 10.7 hours.
Thank you.
Let me just conclude. I'm almost done. FEMA Learning 2 was fire departments should always anticipate worst case scenarios and develop plans and procedures to address those situations. 19 people died in their cars that were trapped in one jam because firefighters were trying to go one way and residents were trying to escape and abandoning their cars in another. Remember, and all this occurred in the first hour of the fire.
Thank you.
To conclude, just to conclude,
You already said
we would
that.
prefer,
There's a
we would all
second
prefer to have time to monitor slowly approaching distant cloud of smoke. In a worst-case scenario, these things rarely happen. I know my family lived through one. Your commission has a responsibility. The responsibility to ensure the projects you recommend to your board are safe and sound. And your commission also has an opportunity. In the cases of the East Bay Hills and the Angora fires, our brave firefighters and police officers did the best they could with what they had to fight a densely forested, built-out wildland urban interface.
Thank you. Thank you. Now
You
that
have a
enough
unique
time.
opportunity to influence the scale
You-
of
will
a,
you
this is
sit
my
down?
last sentence.
That one sentence.
You have a unique opportunity to influence the scale of a proposed project to make it safer and sounder, and it might just save lives. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Peter Schweitzer, Jerry Carini, Sally Brew. Peter Schweitzer,
I think he's coming.
Jerry Carini,
He's trapped. He's
Sally
trapped back
Brew.
there.
Hello, Peter Schweitzer. Issues before you are clear and serious. I'm here to talk about something a little different. Shirley Canyon. This is one of the most serious issues that is not being discussed, at least not enough. This is the 10% of the project that is on undisturbed land. KSL wants to seriously disturb this land. The proposal calls for rezoning of conservation preserve and forest recreation to heavy commercial. This is the worst possible switch I can imagine. Heavy maintenance would be there, vehicles, buses, loaders, et cetera. Storing of toxic chemicals and fuel directly adjacent to Shirley Canyon. And they want to go further. They want to put almost 200,000 gallons of propane in the same area with daily deliveries of about 30,000 gallons to supply the project. Traffic has not been analyzed. Sure. I've only got 3 minutes, but. Part of this area, want to go back? No. Part of this area is an avalanche zone, as Placer calling it, potential high avalanche hazard area. And they want to amend the zone as to where an avalanche can occur. How do you do that with a straight face? Just tell the avalanche, go over there? There's also a seismic zone, and they want to make an amendment to deny there's an earthquake zone. I guess Placer can just say it's not my fault. If Pompeii had known, they could have amended Mount Vesuvius. Avalanche and earthquake areas are not recommended locations to place propane and chemicals. And they want to construct homes, hardscape, et cetera, on a 25% slope in the same area that is also the prime recharge area for the aquifer, Squaw Valley's only water source. California state law requires that all aquifer recharge areas be mapped. This has not been done. We are not in compliance with state law today. How can you build somewhere if you don't know what you should be doing? What danger do we put ourselves in? Water supply, contamination, fire? Rezoning must not be allowed. Please deny this.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Sally Brew. I first came to Squaw Valley in '56, so I obviously have seen a lot of changes. I'm here to ask you to deny this proposal. Especially egregious to me is the MAC. The mountain, it was originally called the Mountain Aquatic Center. It's now been changed to the Mountain Adventure Camp. In Squaw Valley, there are so many outdoor adventures for kids. There's rock climbing, there's hiking, there's biking, and we do have Lake Tahoe close by for many more water sports. The MAC is huge. It is 8 stories, 90,000 square feet, and that's 4 stories higher than the rest of the village. This is a huge proposed MAC. Other concerns, what will be in this toy box? That's what Chevis first called it, a toy box. He said it'd have lots of wonderful toys. We don't know what those toys are. A lazy river, surfing, water slides, we really don't know. Also, the parking is for 45 spaces in the proposal. And how does that fit into the projected 300,000 visitors per year? The developer says the MAC is a need in the summer months, where indeed they do need more people to come and use the hotels and the motels. And so they feel this will be a draw and will use those hotels and motels largely because of the MAC. And I really question, if they build it, will they come in the summer? Lastly, I find that the entrance to the village is really not enhanced at all by this very large building. That's the first that you will see as you come into the valley. Again, it's 90,000 square feet and 96 feet tall. It's just a huge block as you come in, a building that you'll see as the visitors enter the village. I urge you to deny this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Judy Carini, and I'm a resident of Squaw Valley. The specific plan states that it complies with our Squaw Valley General Plan and Land Use Ordinance. That just isn't true. Our general plan requires that the KSL project provide at least 5,208 new parking spaces. The specific plan allows for only 3,297. Our general plan eliminated the need for a specific plan, yet here we are addressing one today. Our general plan acknowledged that there were many environmental, physical, social, and economic constraints within Squaw Valley. It assumed that build-out would not exceed 80% of the planned capacity. Not only that, the 1983 final EIR based its recommendations on that assumption. Our general plan also states that new development must keep existing traffic problems from becoming worse, that present peak period congestion and delays not be worsened, and that the duration and number of occurrences of such traffic problems not increase. I have lived on Squaw Valley Road for over 40 years, and I can tell you that we have reached or surpassed 80% of the planned capacity. The number of peak traffic days has increased and the delays have worsened. The heavy traffic is not limited to the ski season, it's now impacting our summers. Our general plan allows growth in Squaw Valley to reach a seasonal peak overnight residential population of 11,000 to 12,000 people. The population calculations that were prepared by Placer County and submitted to the specific plan DEIR were flawed. They used data from the U.S. Census, which does not calculate transient or visitor population. And they calculated all the residences in Squaw Valley with only one bedroom. Using this seriously flawed data, the county determined that the peak overnight population, including the KSL project, would be 9,483 people. Dave Brew and I have also researched the population in the valley. Our calculations determined that the peak overnight population, including the KSL project, would be 14,500 people, which is substantially over what is allowed in our general plan. And if we include the already approved projects plus the current pending projects, the population in our little 2.06 square mile valley will jump to over 17,000 people. Our general plan states that buildings, roads, and recreational facilities shall be placed so as to minimize their visual impact. The specific plan is proposing buildings that are almost 100 feet tall. No one goes to the mountains to see tall buildings. The Auburn Journal listed, I just have one little paragraph. The Auburn Journal listed Squaw Valley as one of Placer County's top 10 historic, cultural, and beautiful places. In fact, the only two places listed in the Eastern Sierras are Squaw Valley and Lake Tahoe. So, shouldn't we do everything we can to protect these beautiful assets? Please vote to protect our views and our culture, support our day skiers, and save us from a future of overpopulation, heavy traffic, noise, and congestion. Deny this project and keep our mountains rural. Thank you.
Andrew Lang, Ed Hennerold, Dave Brew.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew Lange. I'm a full-time resident of Squaw Valley. Our house is located across Squaw Creek from the east parcel portion of the proposed Squaw Valley Ski Holdings project. I pose the project for the reasons voiced by other speakers today and will comment on only a few. The first one is the in situ workforce housing is inadequate. The Squaw Valley Municipal Advisory Council asked long ago 60% of the incremental full-time equivalent employees be housed within the village. The developers claim that this standard is being met is not correct. The project is expected to generate 574 full-time equivalent positions. The final EIR on page 3.2.3-6 states that the project, quote, would construct a net increase in new housing units for only up to 201 new employees, equivalent to 35% of the 574 full-time equivalent positions. This is because 99 of the beds provided for in the east parcel are replacement beds for ones being removed from the Olympic Village housing area and do not represent new beds for employees. Also, there is no provision for housing seasonal or part-time workers that the project will require in addition to those 574 full-time people. If those seasonal and part-time workers are figured into the workforce housing needs, the county's analysis calculates that the additional needs for workforce housing at 751 persons. The 2016 regional housing study in which Placer County officials participated extensively describes a desperate need for reasonably located workforce housing. The proposed Squaw Valley Ski Holdings development at its present scale is limited, and limited provision for real workforce housing will exacerbate the demand for workforce housing throughout the North Tahoe area. Giving the developers choice to substitute in lieu of funds which go to the county, or rent subsidies which go to the county in place of in situ housing, just makes the problem worse, as the developers invariably take the easy way out, as they propose to do so here. I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Ed Henneveld. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. I've lived in Squaw Valley for 38 years. I've served on the Squaw Valley MAC, the Municipal Advisory Council, the supposed closest thing we have to community voice, for over 20 years. I want to remind you that our Squaw Valley MAC met on May 14th, and they voted 3-1. It would have been 6-1 if all the members hadn't have to be recused, to first deny, thank you, Alex. First, to deny the project as proposed, and second, to consider a 50% reduction, reduced size alternative, which would avoid a lot of the significant and unavoidable impacts that we're dealing with today. I'm also a member of the Friends of Squaw Valley, which continues to contend that this village development proposal, as informed by the EIR and by the community concern you're hearing here today, is still too large in scope and risk, and its impacts clearly outweigh any benefits. What benefits? Andy, I have to give it to you. You wowed us today with these above and beyond monies thrown at this proposal. However, the biggest benefit seems to be the Squaw Creek improvements, and that's laudable, it's needed, and I submit that with or without this project, that is going to happen. The Friends of Squaw Creek has already secured nearly $1 million in grants, and we have more in the lineup. And that process will continue. What's really going on here is like a poker game, where the developer keeps adding to the pot until finally the other player, you, the county, will say the dollar value of impacts to the environment and community safety has been reached. We just witnessed more dollars thrown into the kitty today. But notably, most of these wouldn't be needed if this project were smaller. The staff report admits this entire conceptual proposal is just a financing tool. What does that say about Squaw Valley's or KSL's long-term commitment here? It is not your job or the county's job to promote a return on investment to the developer. You've heard the Attorney General just commented that there's alarm about the traffic impacts and the insufficiency of the EIR. Be careful then when you go ahead and try to approve it if you do today. Please also consider existing regional conditions with insufficient infrastructure, cumulative effects inadequately evaluated, and the glaring lack of true public and local community benefit. This plan offers just too much risk, a gamble with too much uncertainty, too many hypotheticals, without any performance guarantees. Unfortunately, Goldilocks is not in the room today. That sweet spot of balance where you look at impacts versus the benefits or the risks, I urge you to deny this plan as it is currently proposed. We can do better.
Well, good mid-afternoon. My name is Dave Brew, and I'm here to discuss the question of an adequate and sustainable water supply for the proposed real estate development in Squaw Valley. Here's the bottom line. You can think about it as I keep talking. And that is, there may or may not be enough water in Squaw Valley to sustain the development. We simply don't know. The developer doesn't know. Squaw Valley Public Service District doesn't know. And no one knows at this point. One credential, I've been a part-time resident of Squaw Valley for quite a while. Actually, I've been there over 50 years in one form or another. I'm an emeritus U.S. Geological Survey senior research geologist. I've done a variety of field and administrative work for the survey. I'm here, however, today as a citizen, as a part-time Squaw Valley resident, and as a scientist. Moving on, the draft and environmental impact reports for the proposed project rely entirely on the original and the revised water supply assessments that were prepared by the Public Service District. Interestingly, those two reports have never been submitted to any official group until today. They did. The board of the Public Service District did not vote on them. It did not. The reports did not go to any county entity that voted on them, and so you are the first to see them. There was one paid-for review of them, but that's not a peer review, and I know a lot about that. The proposed development at full build-out would have, according to Dave Hunt, some 30% more water demand. According to my figures, 50%, and I know where the difference is. The developer relies on the production from 4 to 9 hypothetical wells that do not exist. Now, as a scientist, this is fabrication of data. If you're going to use this kind of information in reaching an approval or a denial, then you ought to really think about it. These are not production wells. These are hypothetical wells, and they likely have water in them. No one knows how much, and no one knows what the pumping regime would be. No one knows what effect it might have.
Thank you for your comments.
On the rest of the wells in the valley.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Please consider these comments. Think hard about Judy Carini's comments about how the valley is already filled. Thank you.
Thank you.